Welcome everyone to the Nashoba Regional School Committee meeting for February 12th, 2020. And at this point, I would like to introduce Matthew Gleason. Matthew, you want to come up? Matthew is a fourth grader. There you go, come on over here, sweetie. Boy. Matthew's a fourth grader at Mary Rowlandson Elementary School. He's in the band. He's an associate member of the MRE Ski Club, and he's also a member of Lancaster's Pac-9 Fleetaloes. Matthew has asked to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and we are delighted to have him here as our special guest. So Matthew, if you would, what do we're going to invite you to
stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Very good.
Face the flag.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, please be seated.
Stand at ease.
And I have a couple more things.
Oh,
Go sit down.
okay, all right.
So Matthew, on behalf of the school committee, I want to thank you for your initiative and your interest in participating in our meeting. And we hope that other students will follow your lead. Thank you so much for opening this door for the opportunity for other students to come forward as you did. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. It was so nice to meet you. Thank you.
Oh, you'll see it when you go home.
You'll see when you go home.
Doesn't he have to sit through the whole meeting like that?
He's a tough act to follow, let me tell you. But seriously, it'd be great if other students or even interested individuals wanted to come forward, and this is a real good way to participate and get kids interested.
I
in
thank the
learning.
chair and the superintendent. Thank you very much.
Oh,
And this is-
absolute pleasure.
As I said,
Thank
he's
you
not-
so much.
He's not I'm not a, show off my kid. He actually wanted to come and do this. It was on his initiative. So
That's
I
wonderful.
asked.
No, I've heard a lot about how his curiosity and certainly in the short time that Brooke and I spoke with him, we got asked a lot of questions, and luckily we knew all the answers. So that was great.
We knew that we were missing one Lancaster representative right now. We knew that there were only two, but there should have been three. And yes, he had much to tell us.
That was
It
wonderful.
was awesome.
So, but thank you so
much.
representing him. Very good. Okay, so we're going to move on to citizens' comments. And just a reminder that school committee meetings are business meetings held in public and not public meetings. This is not an opportunity for discussion. However, the chair will follow up with the speaker after the meeting as need be. Comments should pertain to agenda items or topics and other topics that are within the purview or authority of the school committee. We allow 3 minutes for comments, and all comments are to be made through the chair, and improper conduct and remarks will not be allowed. So that said, everyone here for public comments? Okay, seeing no public comments, we'll move on to the school committee chair updates. And I just need to have a minute to make sure I've got everything that I need here. All right, so now I've totally messed up. Oh, here's my agenda. I'm holding it. All right. The first thing I want to report on is our investigation, and I have an email from Tim Norris. This is the investigation update for February 12th, 2020. Dear Mrs. Codianne, as you know, I had the pleasure with meeting you and Ms. Sanfilippo to provide an overview of my investigation and to discuss next steps. As we agreed, I will prepare a written report to present to the full school committee at a subsequent school committee meeting. As we also discussed, I have been made privy to various types of student information, employee information, and law enforcement information that may not be suitable for disclosure in my investigation summary. Accordingly, I will work to construct my report so as to be informative regarding the central issues in the investigation without disclosing protected information. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to telephone me. So that's the latest update. And as he mentioned, he's preparing a report, and when that is ready, we will schedule him for a school committee meeting. Okay? Any questions? Yes, Leah?
Any idea of timeline? He said subsequent, but
Yeah, well, I gave him the list of our upcoming school committee meetings, and he is unavailable for the next one, and I think that March 11th would be one that would, a date that works for him. So we have to work with his schedule and coordinating our schedule. So that's what I anticipate. If there are any changes, I'll certainly let the committee know. Okay? All right, so protocols and policies. So there was something that occurred with regard to the an overnight field trip, and I was working off the policy, and because we did such a great job updating our policy manual and making sure there were no protocols in there, because it is a policy manual, there were some significant bits of information in the protocol that I did not have to share with the person I was giving information to. So every time there is a mistake, there's also an opportunity to fix it. So and I think, Leah, you and I may have talked about this at the last meeting, that we need to have something, and probably it would make sense to put it in the school committee manual, with a list of the protocols or links to protocols and the policy protocol link, because we don't review protocols in the same way we review policies. Thanks, Brooke. I told Brooke, I left my house at 8:15 this morning, and I haven't been home since, so please bear with me. I think I'm awake. So we're going to be working on that, and we'll have a list of protocols, because it's important. There's the policy which we create, but the protocols are often developed outside of the school committee by the administration and teachers, and oftentimes parents are involved as well. So I just wanted to let you know that that would be something that we'll put on our list of things to do. A reminder that there is a Tri-Town meeting, and I didn't write the date. Is it the 3rd? 4th, thank you. Tri-Town meeting on March 4th. It is going to be held in Lancaster, in the Prescott Building, the Nashoba room at 7 p.m. And when we get the agenda, we will make sure that we forward it to you guys. On March 25th, Dorothy Presser from MASC is going to do a superintendent's evaluation workshop. I mean, this is something I think we've done the last 3 or 4 years, and especially where we have new members, I think it would be helpful. And the only question I have is about our start time, and whether folks would want to start at 4:30 or 5 o'clock. Any thoughts?
What date is that again?
The 25th of March. And it's, I'm sorry,
does she need an hour?
I don't know how much time I'm thinking about you guys, if there are questions. And this is new, it's a new process for the folks that are new to the committee. So I just want to make sure you have enough time to understand the process, but also to ask your
I
questions.
don't think Leah will be here
Yeah,
that
we'll be
day,
here.
and I don't think Todd will be here either
Right.
that day.
Okay, so maybe we only need to know.
Just as you were saying that.
Yeah.
No, so, yeah. So you and I can sit down with you. I actually did the workshop last year because Dorothy wasn't available. So you and I can do that. So you want to schedule it for 5, or any thoughts? 5 is okay? And if we need more time, if there are questions at the end, we can certainly gather them and email Dorothy, and I can help folks. But the process, that as we get into evaluation season, is that Brooke will provide a self-assessment based on her goals and the elements from the rubrics that she's selected. And then we will use that information and other supporting bits of information to craft her evaluation, but there is the Department of Education has they call it their model system for evaluation, and those of you in the education profession are familiar with this. So it'll just be helpful and helping people do it. And every year that I work with her, it becomes a little bit easier. So that'll be our first step, okay? So the 25th at 5 o'clock, and I'll confirm the time with Dorothy. Okay, so I had originally scheduled an update on goals for tonight, and then didn't put it on the agenda. But I want on the 29th for each subcommittee to give us an update on where you stand with your goals and other things you're working on, because there are the goals that we established at the beginning of the year. And as you all know, you may be working on something else comes up, but just to let us know where we are. And then, so it's a little bit over the midway point, but it would be good to check in with folks, okay? Let's see. I thought. So just a quick check with Leah. Leah, did you talk about policy JB and non-compliance?
Which one is this?
Okay, policy not JB, it was the other one. Oh, it says, maybe this, I have JB twice, but it's wrong. I think it's, is it JI, Todd? The coordinated program review policy?
Yeah, I don't have that particular sheet in front of me. I thought it was JB.
No. We have a policy that was, we were found out of compliance during the coordinated program review. It probably is JB. Oh, I think Student Voice is JIB, maybe. Yes. Okay, thank you, Mary. So yeah, policy JB. DESA identified that we have left out the following groups of students in this policy: homeless students and students with disabilities. So it is something that just I need to we don't need to vote on it because we're being told to put it in. And so I will contact Dorothy Presser and ask that that be added to the policy that they're working on. Okay? Yes, Steve?
I picked up a whole pile of mail today, and in there was an MASC policy update, and in there was a policy for homeless students, as well as children of military officers,
Yes.
military active duty. So, I mean, those things are, it's there, so I think, so they've already promulgated, or at least they've created.
Right, but we have,
us
we haven't
to address.
We haven't talked much about the coordinated program review, and I think that as we get our report, but it's what, every 5 or 6 years that the Department of Education comes in and yes, Scott.
No, 5.
Or Todd.
It's 5. Scott too.
My God, who is Scott?
Okay. Alias.
Okay, Scott, please tell us about this.
It's every 5 years. The last report we had was in 2015. It's okay. We had a meeting with Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. They met with myself and Joe DeAngelis to report out on their findings. Keep in mind that when we upload all of our documentation and our evidence, it was about 8 months to almost a year ago. So some of those policies we could turn and say, oh, those have been updated. If you were to take a look at the current policies we now have in place. So that was just one small little thing that they picked up on in terms of school committee policy. And it may be that with the new policies, it's been updated and changed.
Okay.
So it's just a matter of, so the next time they come back in 5 years, they want to make sure that that's there.
So we've got 5 years to do it.
It's not anything
I'm going to be
that
on this right now, though, because...
Right. And in 5 years, I'll have a
forget.
different name.
I can see you as a Scott. I'm liking that.
I get that a lot.
So that was the only piece.
Okay. Yep.
And again, the feedback on the CPR was outstanding. We're
Right.
at tier 1. There's
Yep.
not even a visit required, so it was just small little
Wow.
things
It
like
was
that.
little tiny things.
Very
Wow.
small
Yeah,
things.
it's very,
Awesome.
very
Good,
good.
thank
So,
you.
all good there.
Great. So the other, any questions so far? Okay, good. So the other thing that I have is relative to the school committee manual, but also, as we've been talking about the process by which we should have been doing every 5 years to check representation for the towns on the school committee. And it hasn't been done. And then we were looking for documents and we couldn't find them. And then, Mary has done a great job in identifying the process and what we need to do. But again, there's nothing where when we went to look, there was nothing. And I think that if we start to look at additions and revisions we want to make to this school committee manual, that's the perfect place to put stuff like this. And so, we keep adding to it and refining it. But, we have the annual planning calendar. There should be something where future school committees know that in 5 years, this process has to go again. And again, we have all the work pretty much done and contacts at DESE and things to put in. So I just want us, as you come across things or have ideas like that, thinking about how we sustain the work that we do and how we communicate that to future school committees. I think the school committee manual can serve that purpose. Okay? All right. And I think it's time for Ibby's report.
Awesome.
Okay.
So in Lancaster, I think 2 weeks ago, so February 1st, 23 middle schoolers auditioned for the Central Massachusetts Junior District Festival. So that includes concert band, choir, and jazz band. I'm not sure how many made it into districts, but 23 is a lot of students to be going. And then also, so MRE every week puts out an update, and of course at the top two, that's Positive Sign Thursday. I feel like at this point I can't not include Positive Sign Thursday, it's my favorite. So also in Lancaster, MRE, their update, they have a bunch of winter break events, including a camp in Sterling, which I am running, not to plug myself, but if you have any young kids, it's at our dojo, so martial arts. So we have Ninja Warrior, Nerf battles, karate, gymnastics, dance, arts and crafts, movies, anything you could possibly think of. And there's also baseball and softball camps happening in Lancaster. In Bolton, their lip sync is February 28th. There's an ASL club starting the 27th. The Florence Sawyer GSA Club made t-shirts, which are available to anyone who wants one. That is on their weekly update. Basketball has a game tomorrow at Florence Sawyer versus Dudley. And then in Stow, since last Monday, the students have been putting up what they love in general all around the school. Those little hearts right there, so those are everywhere. And at the high school, winter sports are wrapping up and going to playoffs. So they have their senior nights. Hockey's senior night was Saturday, and they beat Lunenburg 6-0. And boys basketball senior night was Friday, and they beat Fitchburg. Prom dresses are still being collected for students in need. Those can be brought to the high school, room 213. And there's a Best Buddies dance this Friday for Valentine's Day. Those are always super fun. That's what I have for this week.
Awesome, thank you.
I just want to say, Ivy, thank you. I love the visual presentation and how you organized it, and also the level of detail and the fact that it is represents the whole district. So thank you for the effort you put into this and for sharing it with us. Okay, any questions for Ivy?
No. Thank you so much.
Thanks. All right, so now the superintendent's report.
Yeah, thank you. So the first paragraph, or the first item there, talks about the Bolton Mosquito Response Committee, which I am a proud member of. And Mr. Lowe and I are on that, as well as a number of other folks. And the Board of Selectmen had elected to put forward this particular committee to be both reactive and proactive with regards to looking at potential efforts towards helping to support some type of mosquito control within Bolton. So there's been the group has done a lot of research on it already. They've had a guest speaker in, and they're going to be putting forward an effort to do some public awareness on March 5th, starting at 7 o'clock. I think tentatively right now it's scheduled at the safety building. I'm not sure if that's changed or not, but unless, do you know, Mr. Lowe? I don't know if you know.
I think there was an offer to also have it at the Florence Sawyer
We did.
Auditorium, and I think that's what we're going to do.
Okay, great. So I'll be sending out a message on Friday to all of our families to let them know that we'd love for them to join us. So tonight, I've got up there that it's tentatively scheduled at the Bolton Safety Building, but I'll make sure that I put Florence Sawyer Auditorium on the message that goes out Friday. Lancaster and Stow are already working with the Central Massachusetts Mosquito Control Project. So that's why this is very specific to Bolton, because Bolton right now is not. And I think what they're looking at doing is hopefully putting forward a recommendation that would go to the floor at the town hall meeting, and then we'll see where that goes from there. So I just want to thank everybody who's been a part of that, and I'm glad that I've been a part of that.
Mike?
Do we have any sense at this point how or if it will impact outdoor activities in the spring like it did in the fall?
Right now, yes, I think that right now we're probably looking at a similar thing, because this is not a one-year cycle. Of course, I'm not a scientist, I do just other than what we've been told. So we're probably looking at a 2 to 3 year time period for this. So, and I think the school district, kind of separate from the town, depending on, I'm not sure what the town is going to do, but the school district will probably take the same sort of steps that it took last year, unless the town looks at something a little bit different, and then we would alter. But yeah, we'll want to be proactive with that.
I don't know if this falls within the scope of that committee, but when, you know who I'm thinking about, the athletics, Tanya Rich. When Tanya was here and we were talking about the budget, she indicated that because we couldn't have things in the evening, that impacted,
It does.
seats, that impacts the budget.
It
Is
does.
there any, I don't know, discussion about workarounds dealing with that? I don't.
That's really Department of Health, and we followed their guidelines.
Okay.
So we didn't establish those guidelines at all. We followed theirs. So, and whatever they tell us to do this year is what we'll do. So
Okay.
no, it has a very direct impact
Yeah,
on the crowds that come out to football games, for example. It really does.
okay. Any more questions for Brooke?
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay.
The next item is coronavirus. Just to say that I did send out a memo. We've just really had one phone call on it, to be honest with you, but I'm sure the parents are wondering. And I think the big thing for us is to let people know that we have been taking additional steps throughout all of our schools. There has been some fogging, internal fogging that's happened as well. And the tablets that those foggers use are registered as an active ingredient that helps to fight a spread or what have you of the coronavirus. Even the cleaning solutions and sanitizing solutions that they're using are all registered. So I think that we're doing the very best that we can do as a school district right now with our attempts to fight this off and keep it out of our buildings. Any questions on that? The next is budget, just to simply say this is consuming most of our lives right now. Every day, for much of the day, we're going to a lot of details with that tonight, but the budget process continues to take a great deal of time with regards to focus, with creativity, with reshuffling and reorganizing some things. We're going to go into some detail with you on that tonight. The administrative team, again, works as a collective. We all come in, we all sit around this table and try to work through different things and try to help each other, support each other. And, well, can we share this? Can we share? So there's a lot of that that's just always ongoing. So we'll talk in a little bit more detail about that tonight. So we'll turn it over to Dr. Maguire.
Great. In terms of my report, we are in our final push for our March 6th Professional Development Day of Learning in the district. We met this morning as a teaching and learning department. We also met with all building principals this morning. The day is going to start with an Ignite speech from Mr. Thomas DeCord, who's the Director of EdTech Teacher. EdTech Teacher offers resources and professional development for teachers to become innovators and learn how to teach with technology such as with iPads and Chromebooks. It will be a great kind of dovetail into Tony Wagner, who's our keynote speaker, who is the author of Creating Innovators, which is our district read this year. The rest of the day will be followed by a number of showcases that will take place in both of our gymnasiums, followed by lunch, and then several workshops in the afternoon sessions. Several the workshops are focusing around growth mindset all the way up to a portrait of what a Nashoba graduate looks like. We will be sending out and did to faculty this week the Sketch sign up so that district faculty and participants can take a look at all of the workshops, all of the showcases that are being offered so that they can sign up. And this year too, we're kind of taking some of the feedback from last year and we're doing a box lunch this year so people can actually sign up for their lunch ahead of time to cut down on the lines that we had last year. So we've been working with food services. Tom Poole has been fantastic about that, so people can sign up for their lunch online ahead of time. And we plan to end the day with some Ignite speeches from students and some of the raffles that we'll be doing during the day. So I hope to get students to kind of sum up the day for us to kind of close out our work around innovation this year. So things are coming together really well. And we're just urging a lot of people, if you're coming, to carpool, because we have a lot of people coming to the high school. And Rob Frieswick and his team are always fantastic about helping us park appropriately over there and safely. So.
Thank you. Todd? I wanted Scott.
Well.
No, Todd, so if school committee members are going to attend, I know I'm planning on it. Anyone
Yep.
else planning to go?
What we'll do is my team will sign all of you up.
Okay.
And so what we'll do though is send you all out the sketch so that you can take a look at all the workshops and if you want to sign up for them. So we'll register you,
Yep.
and then you'll get the email from the teaching and learning department, so then you can take a look at if you want to stay for lunch or pick some workshops to see in the afternoon.
And we get a free lunch too.
Absolutely,
Okay.
100%.
What time in the morning?
We'll start at 8 a.m.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. And that'll all be in the email that you get.
Super. Any questions for Todd about the professional development day on March 6th? Thank you. Okay.
The next piece is on social emotional learning. Our elementary and middle school teachers attended their final workshop last week with the S3 Academy that's in cooperation with Boston College and the Department of Education. As you know, after 2 years participation in this grant work, this spring we're going to welcome trainers from the S3 Academy to oversee our SEL plan implementation in all schools this spring. Teachers and administrators will participate in several days of professional development this spring with these trainers to support plan implementation for students this fall, which will align with the district improvement plan that we devised. So we're looking forward to our trainers actually coming on site in all of our elementary and our middle schools and helping us facilitate professional development with our teachers so that they've got some solid footing and foundation for implementation with students in the fall.
Leah?
Todd, do you have any ability to share with families what the plans are?
Sure, I think once they're complete, this was the last workshop session, that we can get those plans out on websites and share them with principal memos going out to families at each school, because each school is a little bit different. They've devised their own one that kind of caters to the specific climate of that particular school. Principals plan to do that and share that out with teachers and administrators first in their buildings, and then with families in terms of what that will look like. Yeah, good question, thank you.
Other questions for Todd? Great, thank you.
And I'm going to round it out with one of my favorite events of the year, because I love the middle school spelling bees. So both Florence Sawyer and Luther Burbank Middle Schools held their annual spelling bees last week, which included the top 20 spellers from grades 6 through 8 at each school. I got the opportunity to serve as the pronouncer at Luther Burbank, and assistant principal at Florence Sawyer was the pronouncer at Florence Sawyer. And it was a fantastic night. It's always fun to see the kids get up, and they're kind of nerve-wracking spellers and their nervousness, but congratulations to all of those participants for a healthy competition. And our winners will move on to the regional bee later this month, which is going to be held, I believe, in Lynn, Massachusetts. That was a lot of fun.
That's it. Other questions?
You know I always ring this bell. I wonder if we could look forward to maybe a Hale spelling bee next year?
It's duly noted. Yes.
So Hale has a couple of things to work on. Not having concerts on school committee nights.
Oh, right.
And having a spelling
Channeling
bee.
Principal Grady.
Although, when I was at Hale, we actually had a geography bee, and one of the teachers did it, and we had kids that qualified to go to the state level,
Yeah.
and it was incredible.
Yeah.
But it was one teacher who it was her passion, and it was really something, so. Something to consider.
We talked, I think, about also Nature's Classroom last meeting as well.
Okay.
Maybe helping Hale in that direction as
Okay.
well.
Okay. Any other questions for Todd or for Brooke? Okay, so now we move on to field trip approvals. Typically someone from the high school comes to represent, but these are things that are we do every year.
do every year.
And so I'm going to let Brooke speak to them.
Sure, I'll speak to it, and I think I'll turn to Todd as well. The first is just the regular DECA Development Conference, and it's held every year in Boston, and our students go every single year to that. So that's all that, and again, keep in mind that it's only the last 2 years where we've made sure that everybody fills out the appropriate paperwork, and so that's why you're seeing some things and you're saying, wait, have we seen this before? Maybe, maybe not. And I think everybody's getting better at doing it. So you've got Stavros who takes the DECA students, Joe McCarthy who's taking, and you can see that there are only 3 students here that are going, and basically.
That's one's music and one's DECA.
Exactly, one is music and one is DECA, and so, but you'll see that both are heading into Boston.
So on the music one, the Corey and the fingerprint box
So
is not checked.
That is because those 3 students will travel with their parents, and so Joe and Rachel will be there as their music teachers, but all of those kids are traveling with their parents
And
because this is a
Are their parents staying
showcase.
overnight with them? Is
That-
it an overnight thing, or are they going to commute?
No,
The
my
parents
understanding is
will be-
overnight,
yeah,
it's at
going
the
with
Renaissance Hotel in Boston.
Okay, so the
Yeah.
parents are going
Parents
to
will be
stay.
going
Okay,
with
Parents
okay,
would be
yep,
right
yep.
there.
And then I had a question about DECA. So there are 124 students going, is that correct?
Mhm.
And it says the cost of the trip, PP per pupil, is $430, and the students each pay $430, or is there, I thought this trip was supported in another way through fundraising, or just, can you help me understand about the cost?
You know, I don't have details on that, quite
Okay,
frankly.
when are they going?
So, February 27th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
$7,000, yeah.
I mean, they go every year, I'm just
Yeah.
confused about the amount.
The amount,
And
yeah.
I know that they do a lot of fundraising, and I also know that there have been donations that we have approved to offset the cost.
Yeah, they do a lot of fundraising. I know the cost is $430 per pupil, but they do a tremendous amount of fundraising to support the trip.
Right, but after all is said and done,
Yeah.
the students still have to pay $430?
And again, I don't have an answer for you on that.
But
so.
they need us to tell them.
They do. Yeah, it's been submitted very late. I'm not going to try to hide that.
No, and they certainly have, everybody's coried and fingerprinted, so that's a plus.
Yep, they're all people.
Just curious about, I don't know, what is the?
I guess from my lens right now, everybody is coried, everybody is ready to go, and this is a regular yearly annual excursion for them. You know, we can certainly have Stavros come in and do a presentation and discuss that. Does the cost really come into play as to whether you would support it or not?
I guess the concern would be that seems like a lot. And the fact that if the extent to which students could not participate because of the cost. Now, I think we
Yeah,
just
we
need to
always-
understand I know that we do.
Right.
It just seems like a lot. I know that they do it every year, I have no problem approving it, or voting to approve it, but I would like to know more about the total trip of the cost and what the students actually do pay. And it would also be helpful to know what they get in terms of donations, fundraising, so that level of breakdown.
This is the music.
No, I'm looking at
This is
that's
the
the
DECA
DECA
field
one.
trip.
The DECA.
The music one is just the 3 kids and the parents are taking them.
I don't have it in front of me. Is this an overnight?
Yes,
It's
yes.
2 nights.
It is.
Yeah, it's always a couple of
And
nights.
they're just going to Boston. But it's just the cost, so, and they do it every year, I just don't remember the cost being represented in this way. But that brings me to another, perhaps, idea, is that we look at this line, the total cost and per pupil cost, on all of the things to see if there are donations or fundraisers, so we get more of an idea of where the funding comes from.
Mhm.
So that's for future.
You can do a breakdown on the sheet,
Okay, any
on the application.
thoughts, ideas on the application?
I did have one
Joseph?
quick question. It's just following up what you said, because I was looking through them, and again, I don't think any of the committee here has any objection to any of these kids going on any of these trips.
Yeah.
But you brought up the cost on the DECA. So, just so I'm clear, the DECA trip is possibly $430 per student, but the music trip is $0 per student.
Again, I don't have.
Oh,
answers,
okay.
Yeah, I don't have answers.
Yeah, but it would be helpful for us. I mean, we're not gonna say no. I mean, we know they're busy and they're working and they're being honored. So that's not the problem, but just to help us
Yeah.
get an idea of the impact on families. And I know that we've had very generous anonymous contributions for Nature's Classroom, for a lot of these field trips.
Yeah.
So I think this is a job for Scott to look at that line and see if we
can break it out a little bit
break it
better.
out a little bit more.
Yeah.
And when they're asked for the total cost of the trip, to have the total cost of the trip, and then the per pupil cost. So,
Yeah, no, I think we can easily do
Okay.
that.
okay, any other questions? Mike?
Just as a matter of process, when does something that is being funded qualify for being pulled from contracted services, and when is it not? I guess the contracted services subheading, sometimes it's used, and like for instance, the music trip, the whole thing is being funded through contracted services, and then for the DECA trip, only part of it is. So I don't understand that piece of the budget.
I don't know that I have an answer, and I'm not sure if Pat has an answer on that either. That's probably done more at the high school level, to be honest. I'd have to really look into that. That's a really good question, Mike. I don't have an answer on that either.
So it looks
Unless
like.
Pat, do you?
I'm sorry.
Well, my understanding is that the costs related to sending the chaperones are covered by the district, and then a lot of the costs, they do some fundraising, but they have a lot of events that they participate in. This isn't the only one, so a lot of, as far as, I mean, at $432, they're staying 2 nights in a hotel, that's food and everything. It could be that a portion of that is being funded by student activities.
Oh,
I did have a question, but you.
no, you go.
Oh, the dumb question of the night. What a contract, what a music, like this is music contract, what is that?
That's what I was gonna say,
Oh,
that
okay.
music, not giving an explanation, but that music contracted services are different than the central office line for contracted services. That can be a variety of things. And correct me if I'm wrong, but music contracted services is part of the music department budget.
Yes.
And things that come out of that are things like paying the guy that tunes the pianos and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of different things that come out of that.
So do you need any?
No, that's it, that's, I
Okay.
know what it was, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Mike, does that answer your question?
Not really, but I think you said you're not really sure, and you might have to.
Yeah, I think
look at it a little more.
I'd have
I
to
just
go
don't
back and take a
understand
look
when
at
you
it.
can
Yeah.
tap into that, when it's sort of off
Yeah.
limits.
We'll get back to the principal and see if we can
Okay.
figure that out, because I don't really know at all.
Be also good to know what other departments have a specific contracted services, like this is music contracted services. And I think, like, other departments may have contracted services because of maintenance to equipment.
Equipment and such, yeah.
Et cetera. So that would be a good point of clarification for us. Okay, any other questions? So are people ready to hear a motion and then vote? And we, with the understanding that we'll get more specific information relative to costs and the contracted services lines. Okay?
Yeah, I'll do music first. I move to approve the Nashoba Regional High School music trip to Boston, Massachusetts on March 5th through the 7th, 2020 for 3 students and 2 chaperones.
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, thank you. Second motion, please.
And I move to approve the Nashoba Regional High School DECA trip to Boston, Massachusetts on February 27th, 29th, 2020 for 124 students and 12 chaperones.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Okay, thank you. And Brooke, when can we get that information that we asked for the next meeting?
Oh, I think we should have it for
Oh,
the next
yeah.
meeting, yeah.
Very good. Okay, thank you.
And Stavros might even be willing to come and
I think I would bring Strava, that's exactly where my
Yeah.
answer is, yeah.
That's great. Okay, let me see, now we are on the vaping update. Lesa, thank you. Come on down.
Hi. Good evening. I asked Sarah Constantino, the nurse at the high school, who is actually running the Monday afternoon vaping program currently now, in case there's some other questions that I might not be able to answer. Every 2 years since 1998, we do the Emerson Hospital Youth Behavior Survey. It's done between 16. Now we're up to other communities in the area. When we did it in 2018, we had over 11,000 students in grades 6, 8, and 9 through 12 participate. And what we saw was while the alcohol tobacco trends were going down, during that report, the vaping skyrocketed. We knew that a lot from the news and out there, but we really saw it in the youth risk behavior survey, a complete shift. According to also the CDC reports from September of 2019, that more than 1 in 4 high school students in the US are using e-cigarettes or vaping of any kind. Most are vaping either flavored nicotine or marijuana, which was the highly addictive substances that are happening. Subsequently, we were seeing it within our own schools, even though the Youth Risk Behavior Survey told us that students were engaging in vaping activities. We, in 2018-19 academic year, had 44 students that were caught vaping at the high school, which again, we saw that trend going up. And it was alarming to the administrators, the school nurses, and the athletic director because it affected all of their roles as well. Students were coming into the nursing office via administration or athletic director to help do some education around that. And we really felt like we needed to do more at the high school and within the district itself. So as I said, the nurses, administrators, and athletic director at high school were clearly seeing the increase. The vape products are easily hidden, so we're saying that the number of 44 being caught, we're suspecting that there was a little bit more going on, that we're just not catching it. The devices that they have are changing constantly, and it's hard to even keep up. The latest one being, it looks exactly like an Apple Watch. And it looks, if you Google it, you'll see it. It looks exactly like an Apple Watch that they can actually take the face off, and that is the actual vape, and put it right back in. And there's no way to detect it without being up close to it to see if there's a time on it or anything like that. It's changing constantly. So we're just trying to do as much as we can at the high school. And keep in mind, this is a nicotine cessation program, so it's those students who are caught vaping nicotine that we've asked them to come into this program. So we got together last year, the athletic director, the school nurses, Sarah, as well as Nancy Booten, and myself, and really combined 2 programs that were already currently out there, the only 2 that we knew that were existing in Massachusetts, Belmont Schools and Gardner. And we kind of combined both of their programs and made our own for 5 weeks. This is the trial period this year to see if we're going to see data changes or really trying to tweak out the program itself. Governor Baker did put the ban on, as people probably are aware, the upselling of products on September 24th. On September 25th, we sent out the letter to parents explaining this program that would be happening this year. So we didn't see a lot of catching of students right at that point, which is great. I'm not quite sure if that had any impact on that, but we're now starting to see it now in January. We started our first program January 13th. Our first student started the program, and then we have 2 more that joined on January 27th. And then actually one had brought a friend with them as well, which is actually really great. So we're educating those that not caught but want to learn a little bit more. I'll give you a very quick overview. The purpose of the program, obviously, increase knowledge about the facts of vaping, e-cigarettes, and the harm they cause. Gain awareness of strategies that manufacturers are using, because they are pilot, they're targeting adolescents, and creative ways of marketing strategies, as we can see the use of phones and things like that. Understand the consequences of users both in and out of school, so what the laws are. Understand the health risks involved with this product, and gain skills to refuse experimentation and use of e-cigarettes. And then towards the end of the program, they can download an app of how to quit. And it's actually a very reactive, proactive app that they can, if they're stressed, they can type and it will respond back to them. The overview, this is a very quick overview of the 5-week program. They meet on Mondays after school with the school nurses and others as appropriate. Occasionally we'll bring in the resource officer if it's that particular topic of choice, and if the athletic director is available. We talked about MIAA. Review of consequences and fines, and then some of the topics throughout the 5-week program are the marketing behind the product sold, the dangers and health risks, what toxins are in the product, the MIAA regulations, and how to help teenagers quit vaping. The final project that the students then have to, at the end of that, is they have to present a project, and they have a choice of presenting that in the best way that they can express what they've learned, whether it be a 2-page essay, a Google slide presentation, a video, or a project of their choice with prior approval. They have to talk about the health risks associated with it, what they've learned completing the vaping diversion program, and ways to quit and alternatives. And then the project is presented to either administrator, school nurse, and students and parent regarding that process. That's a very quick overview.
Yeah, I just want to be clear too, that this is really intended for nicotine.
Nicotine,
And we want to be
correct.
really, really
Yeah,
clear on
nicotine.
that it's not for anything other than that.
Right. We do touch base on other things that of dangers of vaping, but it's for those that are caught with nicotine. It's a cessation program.
Questions? Steve?
Are we finding any of this, because when you read the public radio news, they're talking about this extending down into the junior highs or the middle schools. And have we found any problems or any issues in our
Yes.
7th and
Yes.
8th graders?
Yes, we have.
And
And we've
what
dealt
is
with
the
them.
plan to, what is the plan to move this program down?
The plan this year is, because this is the trial phase at the high school, and we really want to make sure that we refine it. Currently, right now, both nurses are doing the program on Monday afternoons, because with both of them there, to 2 sets of eyes, and see how we can refine this. And then that will be presented to all principals after the end of this trial year. We're really at the infancy stages right now. A lot of school districts are struggling to even come up. They're just working on their programs. So we are really ahead, and I have a lot of nurse leaders reaching out. I've shared the entire program with many school districts already that are working towards this. We still have Natick in Newburyport, I was gonna say. They're doing a trial right now with UMass Medical Center, again, on a sensation program. But that's in the infancy stages, and once that comes out, that was with Governor Baker as well. They're gonna be sharing that along with all of the school districts around the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So we'll probably piggyback on that. I believe from what I've seen on some of it, we're doing a little bit more here at Nashoba than what their program is. So we're pretty proud of it.
Leah, did you have a question?
What's the rationale behind not attaching this to kids who are vaping marijuana?
I think more of school policy. I mean, it's an illegal substance, and we're not saying that we're not titling them, but there's consequences where with the nicotine, we put them through this program. We're at the trial stages, so that's probably the next evolving, but that requires a little bit more policy type stuff and protocol. I think.
More questions?
So it's just a legal matter? Like you-
Yeah, right now it is,
Yes,
Penalties are
yes.
different.
Yeah.
So you're treating this more of a misdemeanor almost. And this is like a recovery program, right, where they can like avoid other disciplinary measures?
Potentially.
Potentially, but we do offer it to those that were caught with the THC, but it's not, we can't mandate that right now. There's other consequences of that. And this program is more towards the jewels of the vaping of the nicotine. It's now that it's come to everybody's attention across the Commonwealth that they're vaping a lot more than just the nicotine. So when we thought it was just nicotine that's happening, a lot of school districts are finding that there's multiple things that they can vape with it, unfortunately. And we're targeting the nicotine for right now. We have to start somewhere, and that's where we chose was the best. Because we know the nicotine addiction is going to lead to other addictions with an addictive brain.
Other questions? Mike?
So this kind of sounds like almost like a driver safety class that you would take after you got into an accident, right? Like a sort of just for future reference, here are some, things to consider. Is there any thought, and I know that we're sort of in the trial stages of this, has there been any thought to reconfigure this or distill it as maybe a preemptive tool, sort of to educate broadly rather than just as a response?
Yes, we discussed opening it up to anybody who wanted to join these groups, to actually come. I will share though, we've made some changes in the curriculum in the health educators in the middle school and the high school, and they are talking about this. So this is just another layer. So to say that it's not, this is the only place it's being done is not accurate. They have trialed Catch My Breath at the middle school, which is another program that came out last year. I meet with the health educators regularly on ways to tweak their curriculum to add things that are coming in. And that's definitely one of them that they've done is Catch My Breath, and the high school definitely talks about it. So this is in the health curriculum, not this particular program. This is really hindering on those that need to quit the nicotine addiction and things. It's almost like, think about that quit smoking campaigns that you had back in the day, but they are addressing the vaping. Did that answer your question?
It did, yeah, and just as a follow-up to the rapid evolution of the devices, are there mechanisms that we have in place to try to stay ahead of that? In other words, to sort of find out about the technology as soon as we can so we can identify it? Or I don't even know how you would go about doing that. I mean, I've seen these, I mean, they look just like jump drives, and now those aren't even in fashion anymore. I guess it's
Correct.
watches.
Correct, it's the what, yes.
How do you
Or the
stay-
sweatshirts with the.
Yeah, so how do you stay current with it?
It is a challenge, and I can probably say, and Sarah, please feel free to jump in, that we continue to research. Unfortunately, we learn from the kids sometimes, I hate to say that, but we continue to research, we continue to work with our law enforcement, and then we do a lot of professional developments that we tend to go to classes when they say new updates in vaping, and I'll try to send one of the nurses and they report back just to try to keep up with it. It's really, it's a challenge at times, but that's the best that we do right now, is we're constantly looking for vape products. If you YouTube it, you find a lot. So as long as the district doesn't block me on some of those, or if not, I just do it at home, which is okay. But I a lot of times we'll do research at home, and I know Sarah, she'll share with me and say, did you see this one? Like, it's.
We try to share with the Substance Use Task Force Committee too, so anything, like if we go to a conference, we'll type something up, share what we learned, so we're sharing it with everybody else. Our resource officer, Casey McCarthy, is awesome, and she'll share what she's finding out, and she'll share with us as well, so. I think we really all collaborate, and like Lesa said, we do talk to the students, we ask them stuff, they'll share information, so we try to stay current with everything. And this is all, so we adapt it to whatever is most current. What we're hearing in the news, we keep it, updated.
Mike?
One more thing, sorry.
And then Mary, you're after Mike.
Okay, this is it.
Okay.
Are we current with our policies as this evolves and as the sort of industry was?
Lesa is actually in charge of updating the policy, and I think our last iteration, the one we approved, I think that was
We did add that,
current.
right,
Yes.
right. We did add language to that.
Yeah.
I don't know the exact language off the top of my head, but we have.
Yep. And just a reminder to the school committee, when you're looking at policies, the policies that are currently on our website are the old policies. If we've done any revisions, those would be in the documents that I sent you that Dorothy Presser worked with Sue Reardon on. So if you're looking for the latest and greatest until they're on the MESC website, you have to dig. And if you're looking for something in particular, let me know, because I have them all. It's really easy to send them out.
Thank you.
Are you good, Mike?
Great, thank you.
Good. Mary?
All right, so are you considering that you would, once you see the results of this pilot program, that you would have a similar course for students who are vaping marijuana? And this would be adjacent or corollary or part of, perhaps. Obviously, there's discipline, but when you think about rehabilitation, you also think about the education, and that they need to know that the products that they're using, the danger that is there, that it would seem that what you're doing now. And I tried to contemplate having both groups together, but it's different, although there could be some students who are partaking of not only the nicotine, but marijuana too. But I would hope that that might be part of going forward.
I think we want to be careful though, because when you start to go down that particular road, and exactly as Lesa said, you're dealing with the criminal component, and you're very often dealing with issues that are outside of the school's domain. And so we want to be cautious as opposed to the nicotine. we're comfortable with that, but I think we're gonna wanna really be cautious moving anything else forward.
But eventually, I hope, because it's, the knowledge base is what students need. They need to know.
I don't think we're disagreeing with that. I think we would agree with you with
Okay.
that.
So that might go back to what Mike is saying, that the general, more broad-based for lots of students to have the information. So maybe not the intensity of the course, but certainly as part of health, that you build in something so that they have this knowledge base.
Absolutely, and they do talk about some of that in health as well, and I always revisit back with the health educators annually to find out what changes that we have needed to be made or what other resources and curriculums are available to help them offset theirs. And also the Substance Use Task Force last year, we had speakers that came in and spoke with each grade level assemblies at the high school, and we also had a parent night evening. Dr. Ruth Pote came and spoke, so we continue to have speakers that come in and address those issues as well. Not so much a program, but at least an assembly and or a presentation.
And just to
Okay.
add
Yeah.
that,
And then
the
Elaine.
resource that we have are other students, which, you know, students to students can be a lot more successful than grown-ups, no
They
matter
do
how
have
much of an
that.
expert they are.
Yeah.
To
So
students.
you have something like that now?
One of the anatomy teachers brings in former students to talk about substance use, and includes lots of different substances. So she does that every year. That's Maureen Dumaine, she's fabulous. And so she does that to incorporate lots of topics, lots of substances.
Elaine?
First, if you're feeling better.
Yes, thank you, sorry.
So, as you know, nicotine's highly addictive. It can be really hard to quit. And students spend a lot more time outside of the school than they do inside of the school. So are there community-based resources or community-based education or something that the students can get the support when they're not in the school in order to be successful?
I'll start, and then you can probably add on to that. We work very closely with some pediatricians as well that have prescribed some of the nicotine patches and stuff, and we've had students come in with their parents to say that they've met with the pediatrician and this is what's happening with their student because they are addicted to nicotine. So we work closely with the parents as well, and also the pediatricians.
Part of this program includes different resources. So they have a whole toolkit of places that they can go, talk to, like Lesa mentioned, the different apps. There's a text line that we have them, it's not mandatory, but they can sign up on their phone and they get a text every single day to help them, give them tips of how to avoid it, what are their triggers, what kinds of things can they do instead. And this is a daily thing that goes on for, more than a month, which is great. And I've tried it myself, not just the text line, not the thing. Did not try that. But just to see what they will get for the texting, and it's very supportive. It's great.
Other question? I had a couple. On the news, we see a lot about kids who are vaping and lung disease and things like that. Are we aware of any students in our district who have been impacted in that way?
Not to our knowledge.
And if that, I don't know, in terms of your relationships with pediatricians, and they probably wouldn't tell the school, but if the school had a concern, how would we handle that if there was a suspicion?
If there was it gets a little tricky sometimes because we fall into HIPAA as well, the HIPAA violations. So we have to make sure that we're doing what's appropriate for our licensures. So most of if we have a two-way release that we can communicate, which we do for a lot of students that have medical conditions, then that gives us an avenue to call the pediatrician at will and share concerns. We do that with other medical conditions as well when we're seeing something different in the school because they're not always getting a true picture from home. If we don't have that two-way release, it's to go to the parent first, requesting it. We can get one because we'd like to share some information with the pediatrician just so they have an idea. And they usually when you do speak to the pediatricians, they'll put it in the student's chart so they know that there's a concern that's going on.
The other question I have, and I know this is a brand new program, but I'm always interested in how you measure success. And it's a wonderful initiative, and some kids might be in it for 6 months, some might be in it for 4 years or have it available to them for 4 years. how do you measure success beyond the high school? Is there any way to do any kind of longitudinal study, or is that being discussed in any way?
We really haven't discussed it, and I think that's a great question to ask, because we're gonna probably see, this is not going away anytime soon, right?
Right.
I'm waiting to see when we get the report back from the Natick and the Newberry report, to see what their trial is and what their recommendations are from the state.
Okay.
To see if they have that implemented. If not, we'll definitely look into that for the future. But we're such in the infancy stage right now, starting in January. We really want to look at how it's going to look in the future.
And to Mary's point, I agree that bringing back kids, former students who have kicked the habit or talk about why they were doing it or whatever, it's probably it is very powerful for other students. And so I'm glad that that's, and Maureen is just incredible in inspiring that in kids, so I'm glad that she's involved.
I just want to thank you both so much for the initiative for doing this. And I know that what you're presenting tonight is just really a piece of the larger work that you do, and so I want to make sure, and I think that kind of came out onto the table tonight, so thank you very much for that. But I just really appreciate the energy and your constant positiveness, and just such a wonderful approach to all of the work that you both take on. I see that with you all the time, and I thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good. Okay, so next up is a topic that the communities are on pins and needles about. So, Anne Marie.
Thank you. I'd like to start like I do each time I present the calendar by thanking the members of the Superintendent's Advisory Committee on the school calendar. This year, they do good work. We changed up membership a little bit, saying goodbye and thank you to some of the members who cycled off, and welcoming some new members, new faces to our committee. And I'm going to read their names so I don't forget anyone. On our committee, we have parents Melissa Carlson, Jessica Gale, Jocelyn Jastreb, and Stacy Kramer. We have teachers Kayla Coughlin, Kim Bolus, Jody Specht, Michelle Kelly, and Karen Primiano. And then from our staff, Dr. Maguire, Steve Cullinane, Sean O'Shea, Mark Levine, Caitlin Angulo, and Kathy Leonardi. So thanking them very much. Also thanks to Lita, who takes my chicken scratch notes on the calendar and turns it into the document, a nice beautifully color-coded thing that you see here. And I want to thank the town clerks in our community who helped me make sure that we have our schools available to them when they did the voting. And they're very patient with me. Linda Hathaway from Stow, Pam Powell from Bolton, and Diane Reardon from Lancaster. At risk of making this sound like an Oscar speech from thanking everyone, short of my kindergarten teacher who taught me to read. I want to thank the 1,457 parents and staff members who responded to our survey right on the school calendar.
That's probably the best response to it we've ever had.
I told you it was important, and now they're waiting for the, and the
I
winner.
like to say that people didn't vote early and often, but that's quite a...
And the Oscar goes to.
This year, as you remember, we piloted having some of our early release professional development days on Wednesdays and having some of them on Fridays. The thinking being that perhaps the PD would be more effective if we had it midweek rather than if we had it at the end of the week when when people are a little tired. So we tried it this year, and then we surveyed both parents and we surveyed the staff to see what they thought, their opinion. So we could start there with the surveys, and we've got up there, we had 1,195 parents responded. 76.5% of the parents preferred the Fridays, and close to 6% preferred the Wednesdays. The same 6%, like what we did this year, the combination of the Fridays and the Wednesdays, and 13% had no preference. We got 262 staff responses, and with the staff, we asked them, do you prefer Fridays, do you prefer Wednesdays, or are you leaning towards Fridays, or are you leaning towards Wednesdays? So you can see that the numbers there, that 58% of our staff members either preferred Fridays or leaned towards Fridays, and 42% of our staff preferred Wednesdays or leaned towards Wednesdays. We did ask the staff members for their reasoning, why they picked one or the other. And it was really kind of funny. It was like, point, counterpoint. The comments came within three major themes. They said some people liked Wednesdays because they could implement the ideas the very next day, And some liked having the weekend after the PD to process the learning and figure out how they could implement that into the next week's lesson plans. Some liked Friday because it didn't disrupt the week's learning and they didn't lose their momentum. And some liked Wednesdays because it breaks up the week. And then some said they had more energy on Wednesdays and they were less tired. And some said it was easier for them to focus on Fridays. So what do you make of that? I don't know. But without clear evidence that there was an educational benefit to the Wednesdays and with a strong parental preference, for the Fridays, the calendars that we're presenting tonight have the early release professional development days moved to the Fridays. And I say calendars plural because we're presenting 2 years' worth of calendars tonight for your consideration, so 2021 and 2022. The seed for that idea came from this table when Mr. Gleason asked, when we were on a different topic, I think we were talking about getting the dates for the high school graduation from the venue. And we said, can't they provide that a couple of years, in advance? And sure enough that they could. And then, so that was like, rattles around up there in the gray matter. And then Vice Chair Sanfilippo said that she had received some comments from parents who said, can the calendar come out a little bit earlier because we like to plan our trips, we like to plan our vacations, and if we get it now for next year, some people would have preferred to already make their summer camp, and if they're gonna book a cottage, all those things, they would have liked to have done that in advance. So, the nature of brainstorming is that we had that aha moment, and we said, why don't we see if we can just do 2 calendars, and sure enough, here we are. So going forward, we'll still do 1 calendar each year, but it will be the year after. So, because if we say, oh good, we can take a year off, we would lose the benefit, that we just described of being able to, be able to have people make their plans ahead of time. So, Alita has kindly put up the 2021 calendar, which is next school year's calendar. The start of next school year is going to be a little bit odd because there's voting on September 1st. So the faculty and staff are going to return on Monday, August 31st, and then we're going to be off on the next day, September 1st, and return on Wednesday, September 2nd. Then the students will come back for Thursday and Friday that week, and then have the Labor Day weekend. The alternative there was to have both staff days after the voting, but that would have had the students coming back on Friday and then having a long weekend. I know my granddaughter, she would say, oh, honey, what's your teacher's name? And she would look at me with a blank stare. They would, so we at least will have 2 days before the long weekend. The high school late starts, which are purple on the calendar, are front-loaded next year to facilitate the work with Dr. Jake Foster on the MSBA project. We added this year to the calendar, although it doesn't make a difference about people being here or not being here, the date of the pre-K registration, and that's going to be we put it there is no preschool on that day, but everyone else is still in school, and that's on January 4th. They like to do the first Monday of the year, and then there's a snow day. We of course have the day off for the presidential election in November. And then we have the usual winter break. The last day of school before the winter break will be December 23rd. And we will return on Monday, January 4th. And also, as usual, the February and April vacations will be connected to President's Day and Patriots' Day holidays, respectively. New with this year's calendar, and you've got it on the one for you, it's a little bit on the bottom there. There you go. Is that small writing? We put the dates on the front of the calendar, which had previously been on the back of the calendar, of the widely celebrated religious holidays. We put the dates there that have the 2 Jewish high holidays, Good Friday, the Orthodox Good Friday, and Eid. We also put a statement in the first paragraph there, asking administrators and teachers to be mindful of these days when they do their planning, and also a statement of what's both school committee policy and the state law, that students won't incur penalties if they're out of school because of celebration of religious holiday. And we put a note that there's a family that celebrates a holiday tradition that's not one of those, that they should speak to their principal or their teacher to make them aware, that holiday is there. And then, oh, happy, graduation for the class of 2021 will be on Sunday, June 13th. So there it is.
Do you want to do both, or do one and then the other? What are we thinking?
You want to vote on one, then contemplate voting on the next?
Any ideas, any thoughts?
Probably should vote on them separately.
Okay.
If in the future we're going to do 1 year at a time.
Okay. So any questions for Anne Marie about the 2021 school calendar? Leah?
I just wonder, and I'm not privy to this information, but is this Jewish, or excuse me, not just the Jewish holidays, but is this list of the high holidays sufficient, I guess? is my
Yes,
question?
these are the ones that people take time off for.
This is
Yeah,
good.
yeah. These, I've never, been in this business for 30 years. I've never seen anyone take any other than these. But there are some traditions, that might be, beside these. And that's why we put the note to talk to the principal. But these are the ones that people will take time off for personal days or whatever.
Okay. The people who came to speak with us.
Right, but I have a note after we vote on the calendars about policy and protocols on religious observances that you and I talked about with Anne Marie briefly, but I'll wait till we're done and then I'd like to speak to that. It might.
So, Anne Marie, I just want to first thank you for all the time you put into this and sharing with us the data that drove the rationale behind the changes from the Wednesday, or the combined to exclusively the Friday. I very much appreciate that. I'm sure that the community very much appreciates it. And I don't know if this is a question for you or for the superintendent, but in years past we've talked about evaluating the impact of those PLT days, which are not to be confused with BLT days, which would I guess be just as good of a reason to have a late start. But this year, on this calendar, we have 6 PLT days, and I wonder if there is still consideration of expanding that because of its utility to teachers. I mean, we had talked about that last year.
Yeah, we actually had decreased the number my first year here because of some of the community feedback and such that was coming into us. So we actually had gone the other way my first year here. So I don't know if there's an appetite to go the other way. That's my first reaction to that.
Can I comment? Excuse me.
Sorry, is that from staff or is that just from?
Actually, it was from both, if memory serves me correctly. It was from our parent, because I do remember Lorraine speaking to it a number of occasions. So I think that parents had reached out to her, and I think that there was a feeling amongst the, and you can speak to that too, amongst the
What I want to
school
speak to is
committee
that we
members.
had asked for evidence, if you will, of the impact on these the year when they were 12, and the evidence was unremarkable. So we questioned why have them. There wasn't anything that what we were presented with was things that were very general, and teachers didn't come in and show us anything, but it was more, a report. So we decreased them, and then the next year the presentations just knocked our socks off with the teachers.
And that was last year?
No, that was actually 2 years ago.
Okay.
And but there was more specifics about what was done and what the impact was, and teachers. Some of them were fluid in terms of teachers choosing different PLTs, but some continued with them. So it seemed to be a much more effective use of time where we could see that there were results. And then I think with the plan for next year in terms of using it and working with Jay Foster about the educational plan for the high school, that's a really good use of time, I think, personally. But the other thing I thought about in terms of some of the conversations we've had this year is that it's great for teachers to have PLTs and focus on specific areas of interest and work with others. But a question that I might have just raised it with Brooke is about to what extent can we use some of these times to bring teachers together to do some common work around social and emotional learning. There are so many things. It's so much more difficult, I think, in a high school sometimes to get everybody together outside of a staff meeting. There's so much of the business that needs to get done in a staff meeting. So just moving forward, it looks like this will be a unifying approach to working with teachers on a common topic, but just moving forward to not lose sight of the opportunities. And it doesn't have to be everyone, but we want to make sure that they're effective and that the work that teachers are doing, that we can show the impact it has on teaching and learning.
So notwithstanding the report out from a couple of years ago, we don't think that merits revisiting the number of late start days?
Well, I think that we could. I think this is, do you want to propose that we add them for this year, next year?
No, I'm not proposing that. I guess I just recall the conversation last year. I was sort of, I walked away from the discussion about those days thinking that there was sort of this craving for more of them.
Yes, I recall. Yeah.
And I just don't know if that's going to be something that we are able to consider, maybe in the 21-22 calendar or moving forward. Just, again, I don't know who this.
I saw
question
Anne Marie
goes to.
just make a note, and I'm wondering if we approve the 2021 calendar and then the 21-22 calendar, does that mean that we still can revisit the idea of adding these late
It's good luck
starts?
would have it, the one for the second year, so 21, 22,
Yeah.
doesn't have the high school late starts on it.
There
And
you
the
go.
reason for that is because they weren't sure if they would still be doing their work with Dr. Foster or not. So really, that calendar will require an amendment to add the high school late starts that aren't connected to midterms or finals anyway. But we didn't want that to slow down, the general calendar. So really, that serendipity.
And I think actually, Mike, you bring up a really good point, because a lot of the work, as Jake will tell you tonight, I mean, we're in a window of opportunity right now that we have to, so that's, and I know that Steve had also suggested we front load, or, the early starts for next year. But to follow along your lines of thinking, one of the things that does occur to me, especially for the next year, is I would agree, I'm not sure where their work will be at that point in time, but there may be a desire to return to work with Dr. Foster as well as, so maybe that would be a better year to be looking at the addition. But I would also say, at this point in time, no one has brought that forward to me at all as a need, a desire, or a want. But I do think that it's something we could certainly consider for the next school year, not this upcoming, but the year thereafter. So I appreciate you bringing it up.
Any other, Leah?
This might be nitpicky, but I'm looking at the first calendar and I see that we have September 1st off because it's a voting day. But oftentimes schools don't bring the kids in, but they bring the staff in.
And we talked about that with the town clerks. They were
leapfrogging for staff.
It's not only a matter of having the children in the building, it's a parking issue.
Oh.
Because they've done that in the past, apparently, and the town clerk said it was a bit of a nightmare for them because of the cars.
And if I could just add to being at the Aspet Valley Collaborative Superintendent's group the other day, that start is a really awkward start for everybody, and this is actually a topic of discussion for us because everybody's trying to figure out how do we do this. So I think that we've done a good job, and I feel very comfortable with this. But certainly, it's a topic for discussion.
Well, and every cloud has a silver lining. Oftentimes, our teachers are in their classrooms all summer doing, preparing for the next year and getting everything ready and all that. And sometimes I know the custodians roll their eyes a little bit because they're trying to wax the floors that the teachers are trying to step on. This might be an opportunity for our teachers to actually stay home in the summertime a little bit, enjoy their families, let the custodians do what they need to do, and then perhaps on that day in between, several of them would want to come in and do their classroom prep. So it's just like the silver cloud, the silver lining in the cloud.
Okay, other questions for Amy? Joseph?
I just had a quick question. It's not regarding the calendar, but it's something that was brought up. I remember before I got on the committee, I was at one of the meetings, and there was an issue brought up regarding the parking issue that Emery has just talked about. So just for my own clarification, Bolton uses the high school for its polling location?
It does.
Yeah, and does the Stow use any of the schools for?
Center school.
They do, okay. I'm just
I
curious.
don't know what Lancaster does.
We do not use the schools.
Oh,
We use our
interesting.
old town hall.
Oh, okay.
So Lancaster could have school on those days.
Oh my goodness, Vox. Anne Marie shaking, I'm thinking that's not a good idea.
I'm not going to make a motion or anything. Okay, any other questions for Anne Marie? Although the kids might appreciate it. I'm going to talk to Matthew, see if I can get his endorsement. Okay, so could we have a motion, please?
All right, I will move to approve the 2020-2021 school year calendar as presented.
Second.
All approved, all in favor? Opposed? Okay, so that's passed.
So moving to 21, 22, it seems like such a long way off, but we'll probably blink and he will be, this start of the year will be back to normal because we're starting on Monday and Tuesday before Labor Day, the 30th and 31st. The students will come back Wednesday through Friday, September 1, 2, and 3, before we have the Labor Day weekend. The town clerk summoned that there are no anticipated elections that year, so there's no days that we need to have the schools, closed for voting, except if a state rep or a member of the U.S. representative or senator should pass away, then there could be a special state election. So, in addition to sending good wishes for the continued good health, of those elected officials, we need to just keep in the back of minds that, heaven forbid, something like that should happen. They may ask us for a special state election, in which case we would contemplate your permission to close the schools and then just add a day at the end of the year. But they tell me that they're all in good health. The odd thing about next year's calendar is that Christmas and New Year's fall on Saturdays. So, and for us, both those holidays and the eves of them are holidays for our staff. So we're going to celebrate Christmas. So we're going to have the day before Christmas and New Year's Eve and New Year's Day celebrated on the Thursday and Friday. So that'll be December 23 and 24, and then December 30 and 31 for New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. So that puts the last day of school before the winter break at December 22nd, and then we'll return to school on Monday, January 3rd. If I bring every vacations, similarly will be attached to those holidays, and the pre-K registration will be that first Monday in January, the first day back after the holiday. Again, we put the holidays in the, down in the box underneath March and April. And we don't have the late starts here because they're gonna contemplate what they need to do that, and then June 12th.
So the late starts that are represented in purple on the 21-22 calendar, those are for midterms and finals, I
That's right.
imagine. Okay,
That's right, yep.
good. Other questions? Elaine?
This question is for Todd.
Scott.
I noticed that there is a full day professional development on March 18th in 2022. That's correct. So does that mean that the guest speaker was able to be booked for that day? It's not in keeping with the traditional pattern.
We haven't booked that guest speaker for that school year yet.
Not
Which is why
quite
that
that, not
was,
quite
which is
that
why that
advanced.
was,
It's usually been like the first Friday. of the
Right.
month.
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
yeah.
Mike?
That did not drive that particular.
Something really big.
Understanding that we could vote for the calendar in its current iteration now, once we get those late starts, won't we have to vote for those as well?
This, you can vote for an amendment to the calendar, that's right.
Okay.
But this at least would give parents an idea of the key
Yeah,
dates.
oh, absolutely.
So, I would certainly encourage that you vote for both tonight.
Okay. Other questions? Any other motion?
And I move to approve the 2021-2022 school year calendar as presented.
Second.
Discussion?
Discussion?
Yes.
Thanks, Mary.
You're welcome. Anne Marie, I just want to thank you and the committee. I know that Mike did that, and I'm sure I speak for everyone on this committee as well as for the communities. I also, for that survey that you did, when you get that kind of results, it means something about the survey itself too. Obviously, it means something about the topic, and that was of great personal interest to both staff, and I was happy to see staff respond, as well as the community, but the numbers that you got were phenomenal. So that speaks to me of the survey, and also, the way that you compilated it, and you had the themes. So just really well done. That's all I wanted to say.
That's very nice, thank you. I have to share those thanks with Kathy Leonardi, who helped me a lot with that.
I just want to piggyback on what Mary's saying. I think that what we have expressed an interest in is finding ways for people to provide us with input about what's important to them, and also feedback. And this is just an excellent example of that. And to echo Mary's appreciation for the effort that went into it, but also the results are really good. And I hope that, and again, you don't want to survey people to death, but to look for those opportunities where not only we get feedback, but people can see it reflected in the calendar. So thank you, and your crack team. Leah?
I might be totally off here, but Veterans Day, isn't it supposed to be November 11th?
Which one are you looking at, Leah?
The 21-22 calendar?
21-22.
You might.
On the 11th hour of the 11th day
Yeah,
of the
but
11th month?
it was repositioned to be one of those Monday holidays.
No, you never do that with
I'm
Veterans
looking
Day.
at, yeah.
We can check that.
So Veterans Day
Look
is
at the
always
figure.
the 11th
Yeah, it's.
day of the 11th month, the day that
Yeah,
World
you
War
can
One
check.
ended.
Right, that's right, yep, we could, yep.
Good save,
Yeah.
social studies teacher.
Humanities teacher.
Okay, are we ready to vote?
Well, with that exception.
Oh, with that exception, thank you.
That correct.
That was a great catch.
With that correction.
Yes, thank you, Leah. With the correction of moving Veterans Day to November 11th, 2021, all those in favor of adopting the 2021-2022 calendar? All approved, all in favor? Opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Don't go anywhere. I just want to bring something up, and I know we touched on it, and Leah and I have spoken about it at policy. And so it's regarding policy and protocols. So when we look at our policies, there are two policies to speak to the topic of, in general, religious observances. One is entitled Exclusion and Exemptions from School Attendance, and that's policy JHD. And the other policy is School Ceremonies and Observances, and that's policy IMD. Both are based on Mass General Law, and then IMD also has a reference to federal law. I know that protocols vary by school district, but I'm wondering if and I commend the effort in terms of putting the major ones, but I think that as we look at what other districts do, and this would be in the area, I think, of protocols, not necessarily for the community and for people that work in the district to know what the major holidays are, but also look at what other districts do, not to celebrate or recognize, but in terms of accommodations. We had mentioned Ramadan, and that is a monthly observance, but it's different times every year. But that has implications for students of a certain age, and to what extent are teachers and principals, I don't know how many staff members would observe it. But what I'd like to suggest that we do is I would charge the superintendent with looking at the best group to bring together to look at what our protocols are. But I have also, and again, shared with Leah at the policy subcommittee meeting, look at what ours say, look at what other school districts do, and sort of see if ours is still something that works for this district. And again, it's not to celebrate every holiday that there is, but a recognition of the diversity of beliefs, but also make sure what we expect of staff members in terms of and I know you have a statement there, but I'd just like a closer look at that. And in checking with Dorothy Presser about how the school committee moves to have an examination of procedures, it would seem that a recommendation could come up from policy, or that as a committee we could decide to make that charge to the superintendent, and then have, I'm sure you'll be involved in some way. So I'd like to get folks' thoughts on that, and hopefully I stated it clearly enough. Elaine?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I think that the teachers would need to have enough training to sensitively address this with their students and to make sure they're making appropriate accommodations. I wouldn't think that's something they would necessarily just know or even think to look in a handbook somewhere to check it out. And so that's the kind of level that I would think about
We
it
do
at.
have some protocols in place, and I think they vary, not vary from school to school, but obviously there are variances from elementary and middle and high school, but it might be a good time to evaluate our protocol in that area. Other thoughts? Mary?
Well, I think so too, and I'm looking at the box over there that's empty, but I'm just wondering about if there were a place to just list other, what other religions, what other holidays or practices, so that the awareness is there, and then people could go and look up. Because when you are in a school and students are, fasting for Ramadan, there's an awareness that teachers have, but most of the time it doesn't impact any of the classes.
Sure.
It certainly impacts the students, and so for administrators to know too. But just to list, and then teachers could go and look up. And that way, should a parent get in touch with a teacher or administrators, they would know that they were included too. That their holidays were listed there, and they would perhaps work out something individually. Because for the most part, as you said, these students will be in school, that they're not leaving school for that. So I think it would make sense, especially what districts seem to do is to reflect their population and the religions or the practices of the population of students. So that would be something to look at. Certainly to be inclusive.
Yeah. I had an opportunity to look at not just ours, but to pull some from various school districts, some through the MASC policy database, but also just from school districts where folks have sent me things. So, Emery, you had your hand up before. What did you want to?
We contemplate, I counted from Thanksgiving through the start of the new calendar year. There were 24 holidays listed. So it would be hard to hit all of them, and we don't know which ones are reflected in our communities and which ones aren't. We considered, but we didn't, but we could, putting a link, because the Anti-Defamation League has got a list of, and there's a link to their list of religious holidays in all the different traditions. So, just something to.
So that I'm not necessarily. I guess what I'd like us to authorize is a review of our policy, a study of what other districts do, and the outcome may be what we have is not our policy, our procedure, or protocol. Ours is fine the way it is, but if there were tweaks, and I'm not saying that everything has to be listed, but for the curious, the Anti-Defamation League Network, but we've got the policies in place. Like I said, they are predicated on Mass General Law and federal law. I just think if we could have a committee review the procedures and give us a report back, we can see what they do. So I think to authorize it as a committee, we would have to make a motion and vote, and I would turn it over to Brooke and Todd to work out the details. And again, we're not under a deadline. I mean, we've got the calendar, but looking for that, what we want to do. So, is that clear in terms of what I'm asking? Yeah, Mary?
I think that the community, members of the community have reached out to all the members, all of us on the committee, asking for something like this. So I think that it would be good to.
Any other comments? Leah?
I think just to clarify, one of the major reasons for this is to make sure that we are being sensitive in our scheduling. So, right, so this is not necessarily to provide time off or anything like that, but so that, if I'm the music teacher, I don't schedule, a big feast during Ramadan, knowing that several of my students are Muslim. So,
right.
I mean, it's really for the staff as much as it's for anyone else, I would think.
Or like a trip, and I don't know where they fall, but at the middle schools, there are trips in Washington, Nature's Classroom, whatever, that there's just an awareness, and again, to let parents know that they have to communicate with the teacher. But again, I want to see what an evaluation of our procedure looks like and what ideas are others. And it's more like just a study and then to come back with a recommendation.
Do you need to make a motion, or
That's
can you
what I'm
just,
thinking.
I think you could just appoint us, just direct us, and I think we can go off and do it.
Well, that would be the easiest thing to do.
Okay, let's do that.
So I'm going to point you in that direction.
We're happy to do that for you.
I'll summarize it in an email to you.
Email to us? That
Yeah.
sounds great.
And thank you,
Yes.
everyone. And again, it's good, and in my email from Dorothy, she said it's important to, we went through the policies. It's important to look at the procedures and the protocols as well. So, okay, thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Anne Marie.
Thanks, Anna. So the next item on our agenda is Assistant Superintendent's contract extension. So I'm going to turn this over to
Great, thank you very much. And I'm actually going to read something that I wrote earlier, then I'm certainly open to any questions. I would like the school committee tonight to consider an extension by 1 year for Dr. Maguire. And I'm just going to go through and highlight some of the salient points for some of the rationale I have for this. And I think in large part because so much of his work right now is revolving around the MSBA project and the teaching and learning and how it all ties together. And the work being implemented and completed in these areas will continue well into the next 2 years, beyond this current school year. And for the purpose, I believe, for the continuum, for the consistency, for the legacy, it makes sense to have him continue in his current position of leadership and carry forward with the important work that he's already begun. With regard to the teaching and learning and the IT component, he's shown outstanding leadership in these areas. The teaching and learning unit is finishing up a substantial literacy initiative that I know you're all well aware of, that will now move into that new maintenance stage within the upcoming years. The mathematics strand is going to become the focus across the district, and I think it's important to ensure that there's a concrete foundational start at the faculty level and solid, consistent leadership provided from over the course of the next several years. And I believe that by extending his contract, will ensure this. With regards to the MSBA, I think that Dr. Maguire is leading important components of the work of this project. We both lead different components of this work, but obviously his is much more linked to the curriculum instruction, and that really, and you'll hear that from Dr. Foster tonight, that's really driving these first 2 years of work with this potential project. There are several pillars of subscribed work that the MSBA has clearly laid out that Dr. Maguire has already begun to lead in the district as we move on our journey towards a possible NRHS project. He's spearheading the initial work linked to teaching and learning at NRHS, and he's established a nucleus team, and we've already begun to see the dividends of the work that he and this group are doing as we move forward with these efforts. We're well on our way to creating the educational profile, and again, I know that Dr. Foster will speak to that tonight, necessary for both the eligibility period and the feasibility period with MSBA. Additionally, I think Dr. Maguire continues to be instrumental in efforts to regularly support our principals and staff with any curriculum or instructional work and beyond. His efforts also extend to supporting evaluation efforts district-wide and, of course, the technology efforts. He's supported several successful grant opportunities. You're going to hear about one of them tonight. I think in a short period of time, Dr. Maguire has cemented his worth and value to NRSD, and it is without hesitation tonight that I recommend that we extend his contract by 1 additional year. I think he's been an outstanding thought partner, certainly for me, but I know with others. I know that sometimes you've had that kind of discussion with him. He's been a true visionary for us. It's what we've needed. I think he's shown exceptional leadership, and I think he has exceptional organizational skills. And even his thought process has just been outstanding, and I think we've really benefited. He's on a 3-year contract. I'm just simply asking for an extension. This is a common practice in school districts, and I think in the position that we're in right now, particularly with MSBA, it will cement that level of continuity that I think we need. So I put that forward for your consideration.
Questions for Brooke? Leah?
I guess my only question is the contract extension just extends the same parameters, but just for 1 extra year.
Right now, that's exactly,
Right,
that's
so
all I'm coming forward with.
From a budget standpoint,
Yeah.
nothing would change?
I don't know. We haven't thought that far right now. It's more important for me to have him in place for that additional year. So we haven't talked along the. You're asking the fiscal component. We haven't spoken about that. All I'm looking for right now is just wanting to keep him for that additional year.
But the items in the contract remain the same.
Right now,
There's
yeah.
not any contract
not
language
asking for
that
anything
would be
different.
changed.
No.
So, yeah.
So right now, we're just looking at the extension of the 1 year.
Mhm.
So what,
Yes, go ahead, Karen.
thank you. What are the years of the contract now? We're out,
3, so
This is-
it's a 3-year contract, we're looking to make it basically like a 4-year contract.
okay. And how long have you been there?
2,
Two.
yeah.
2. So there's 1 more year anyway. and then
Right,
one more.
and then we're looking, and in part, it's because we see this 2-year window with the MSBA for the work with the eligibility period and the feasibility study right behind it, and it would just keep that cemented with
Okay.
the same person overseeing that work.
Okay. All right. Usually with contract extension, the fiscal, the salary would be part of
Right.
that too, that would be brought to us. So that would be at another time, or?
Exactly, as I say, we have not had that discussion, we're just looking right now to the extension of the timeframe.
Okay. Well, I just wanted
Go
to
ahead,
say,
Mary.
I certainly see the value in being able to have Dr. Maguire here. I mean, his, I know very well the programs he's been through, and I've learned the experience that he has, and he has brought such a benefit, I believe, to the district, from the co-teaching to the global education, the social and emotional. He's a real gift, and so I would like to, I'm in favor of that, so.
Thank you. Other questions? Steve?
Yeah, as I recall, when we approved the position of an assistant superintendent, there was a range of salary given. We are not privy to exactly what his salary is, and that's the way it should remain. That's between Brooke and Scott. However, and in the whole scheme of things, whatever compensation they agree to for that 4th year is really an extremely minuscule part of our budget. So there would really be no concern there. It's part of the administration budget overall. So I don't see any reason why not.
I just want to say that in terms of, when we evaluate Brooke and we look at compensation for the upcoming year, we make that decision. For other members of people who are not part of a collective bargaining unit, that decision is up to the superintendent.
Exactly.
In our district, but in a lot of districts, the same thing. And in many districts, there is a range that the superintendent sets. And it starts with 0, and it might go up. It depends on the district, but that is within the purview of the
So
superintendent.
that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
His compensation package is not an issue for us to review or anything else.
Right.
So that's totally out of it. So in reality, what we're approving is basically the
Extension.
non-compensatory pieces of his contract.
Well put.
And that's exactly what we should be doing.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Can I entertain a motion?
Can I just say
Oh.
one thing? Can I thank the superintendent for her kind words, number one, and thank you, Dr. McCarthy, for your kind words. I'm obviously very wedded to this work. I love this work. I've been through a building process in another district, so I know the amount of time it takes in looking out. So just to express my commitment to the work moving
Great.
forward. So
But how does Scott feel about that?
I don't have to
Talk
ask him when I
Scott,
get
back to us. No,
So thank
thank you, Todd. And I echo what everyone has said. I remember being on the committee when we came up with the job description, and I remember the committee said, "We'll never find anybody like this." And I'm thinking, well, we need to find just one. And then Brooke said, oh, I only have 2 applications. And I looked at both, and I put one down in front of her. I said, it's this guy.
And Alita actually did the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Alita, she had called through and she said, I know exactly who it's going to be. And
Yeah.
it was interesting that you both
Yeah,
told
no,
us.
but we're very lucky to have you here, and just,
I'm lucky to be here.
yeah, well,
So thank
it's
you.
a mutual admiration society. So, all right, okay, I think, we have, do the motion?
I move to extend the current contract of the assistant superintendent from 2018 to 2021 to 2018-2022.
Second?
Second.
Discussion.
Who seconded that?
I did.
Leah, any discussion? Very good. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
And thank you. Okay, so, oh, yes, Leah.
This is just a clarifying question. The superintendent's, so your contract will now be up in 2022, and Brooke's contract is up in?
Same,
Okay.
yeah.
And I think it's a good system, and I've been in other districts where the same thing has happened, so.
That's
I mean, that's my own personal opinion.
But to be clear, that wasn't a driving force here. It was really the MSBA, to be honest with you, because, and again, I think you'll see that as you see Dr. Foster present tonight, you'll see exactly why we felt this was so critical.
So without further ado, I'm going to let Brooke introduce, but I want to thank you for your patience in sitting through. This
I
is
came early this morning, so it's been a good day.
They're streaming this, so this has become must-see TV on
Dr.
school
Foster has
committee
been here
night, so-
since before 8 a.m. this morning.
right.
and
So
participated
we'll
in the high school breakfast this morning even,
Okay.
so.
Well, thank you for being here. So I'm going to turn over to Brooke.
And I'd like to put, and you live in Essex.
Yeah.
And so it's quite a drive. And he was here this morning around that 7 o'clock, 7:30 mark to have breakfast with the high school staff. And it is my absolute pleasure and honor to have you here tonight. And as I've said before, you're one of my favorite people in the world. I have so much respect for the work that you do. And Kathy had asked if maybe, Dr. Foster, you could just highlight a couple of things about your own career along the way. You know, some of the things that you really enjoy, because I know when I look at you, I mean, I know your passion for science and mathematics, and I know that you've done work with MIT and you've done work across this country. I mean, it's not just the state, you know. I know that you sit on a number of different foundation boards. You know, I know that you've sat on several governors' commissions that I'm aware of. You know, your portfolio is broad and your expertise is just incredible. And to have you come in and help us do this work, I just could not think of anyone better. And I said that to MSBA this summer when I was speaking with Diane Sullivan and saying that I was going to try really hard to get you to come in and help us do this work. And I'm seeing the dividends already. I mean, I just really am. You know, the level of excitement that you generate, your knowledge, the fact that you've brought some things to the table that we otherwise would never have thought of. And I know you're going to speak to that tonight too. So I'm just thrilled to have you. So if you could start by just giving a little bit of your background for the school committee, we would just really appreciate that. Thank you so much for being here.
Well, thank you for having me. It's very forward thinking of you to be tackling this so early. I've had a chance now to work with MSBA in several different capacities over the past several years, and it's so important to have that educational program articulated well in a time that we can make good use of it, assuming we get to the process of the design with architects. So in terms of my background, I started off as an educator and worked in kind of school redesign context for quite a bit at that time. And then I worked in primarily urban centers, which is surprising because I grew up in northern Vermont. But so I did a lot of work with teacher education as well and curriculum design. So that was all before I came back to New England, and about almost 12 years at the State Department of Education, primarily on STEM, but also on school assistance and school support work. So over the past several years, I've been getting more and more into coaching schools around redesign work and around school change, and within that context, working more in this space of interfacing with the building design and renovations and whatnot. So it's exciting for me to be able to work with you. I'm working with several other schools, and not in this exact context. You're unique in kind of bringing me in this early. So it's good to be in this role. I appreciate that, and being able to work with Todd and others at the school. It's been exciting to jump right in. You've also had a lot going on already, so in a sense, it's not like I'm coming in and asking you to start something new. It's really starting to pull pieces together and initiatives that are already underway, and trying to take advantage of those as a foundation. So thank you on that.
I think we're well poised, you know, and I said that I was at a school council meeting tonight, and I said that I feel as a district, we're really well poised. And I think that there's been a lot of experimentation with different teaching styles and different strategies that you're able to capitalize on right now. Dr. Foster has also taken in some of our student presentations as well, because they've been making presentations, and he's been invited, and he's joined into those classrooms. He has spent literally days on site in and out of classrooms and such, as well as just the regular meetings. Like the other night, you know, I think it was Thursday night, last Thursday, you basically ran that meeting as well with the department chairs. So he's been very, very active in our high school since January. So I'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
Great. So Brooke asked me to do a brief overview. I don't speak for the MSBA here, but to give you a sense of my perspective on the process and where you are and how this work on the educational program fits in. So the graphic of the MSBA kind of overview is the standard kind of graphic. I've annotated it slightly to put dates that are relevant to you in there. With the acceptance of your SOI into the process, the MSBA has given you an official start date of the eligibility period of June 1st. That starts the 270-day clock. There's a number of elements within that time frame that have to be accomplished, some of which you've already started and are moving towards. But the key being the support of the 3 towns by the end of that date. That's really the driving force for moving into the feasibility study. Without that, it doesn't go very far beyond that. That said, the educational program work that's being done is work that A, you've already started, and B, will advance the work no matter what happens in this process. So right in the middle of this eligibility process is called the educational profile and enrollment process. That's really, that's one of the pieces that I'm particularly focused on. This is where we essentially show MSBA a current snapshot of the school in terms of its educational program. So some of what I've been doing, excuse me, much of my day today, for example, was talking to all the department heads and getting information about each of the programs within the department and starting to pull all that together so we can paint a coherent picture of what the educational program looks like for the purpose of MSBA. And so there's a lot of interesting work going on, and we're starting to learn the kind of range of things that are happening there. And to the extent within that educational profile that we can say here are the initiatives that are underway and where we might be going, that's part of that educational profile too. Along with that is a lot of enrollment negotiation, which I'm not as involved in, but will be a big part of this because that determines funding eligibility and that kind of thing, reimbursements. And building a school building committee, which is a key function that you all drive in terms of who's going to represent the leadership of that work over this time span. And it's a pretty long time span, so it's quite a commitment of these folks. Assuming that that all goes well and you get the support of the 3 towns for the eligibility period and for funding the feasibility study, we then go into the next 4 modules, module 2 through 5. Modules 2 is really about building a project team. That's all kind of contract work from the school building committee. That's all overseeing, bringing on a project manager and an architect and whatnot. The feasibility study is the next milestone in terms of presenting an educational program to MSBA. And it can take about a year and a half, year and a half, from the start of the feasibility study to the schematic design. So within that Module 3 feasibility study, we have to submit what's called the Ed Plan, which is a definitive a definitive articulation of the educational program as you want it in the new building. So our whole task between now and then, over the next year and a half or so, is to really work on identifying what changes the school wants to make and trying things out so that we have evidence for MSBA that the things that we're asking for in the new building have a grounding and an evidence base for what we want to do in that new building. So, for example, a lot of the staff are talking about needing ability to have flexible seating in their in their classroom so that they can move from whole class to small group and back and forth in an efficient way. Many of the rooms are too small for that to be done effectively right now. And so there already are some efforts in the school to experiment with that, and some of those have been documented, and we're documenting those. But we're also next year going to try to make that a more systematic thing for each teacher to try. Can't do it in all the rooms, but try, for example, try a room that teachers can cycle through so they can try it. So, those kinds of things, and then, be systematic about documenting it. So on the innovator's mindset kind of notion, put something in place, try it, document it, tweak it, try it again in the time we have. And so it's really going to form then the evidence basis for MSBA to say, here's why we want the design we do. Because any question they have that kind of deviates from their assumptions, they'll ask, what's the educational program rationale for that? You want these little small breakout rooms? Have you ever had a need for them before? What's the programmatic rationale for it? Have you tried it? Those we want to be able to say, yes, we have all that covered. And so that's going to really justify the design once the architect's on board. So really from now, the next year and a half to 2 years is focused on the educational program. And that's what the second slide is really about, kind of laying out our with Todd's help and others, kind of an initial sketch of what that kind of looks like. This spring, we're already articulating ways to engage the community to get input. This is a unique opportunity to say, to help faculty step out of their immediacy of what's going on in the classroom and ask what are the community and what do students need in the future. This new building, assuming it goes through, will be there for another 50 years. So how do we think ahead, not just what we have today? And then planning that process of what do we try out. And in that time, we'll also put together the first ed profile, the eligibility phase. School year 2021 is really around the feasibility study, assuming the town support that. And that would really be trying out all those innovations, doing those iterations of collecting evidence from that and making modifications, and building up to the ed plan once we're in that feasibility study. And then from 21 to 22 is really when the kind of building design itself starts. And as soon as you get to a schematic design, that module 4, I think it was, module 4, as soon as MSBA approves that schematic design, that building doesn't change for the next 4 years. Right, so the time it then takes to draw up all the detailed plans and get construction underway, order the materials, maybe 2 to 4 years before you're in that building. But that building design, even if we decide to change the education program, is really, really difficult to change the design of the building at that point. So we really have to be clear on our educational program by the time that schematic design is developed. So that's really where we are. You have all those years then to work with staff on improving their educational initiatives and whatnot, so they're ready to move into the new building when it's open. But in terms of impact on building design, it's really up to that schematic design point.
I know you had said the other day to the faculty, really have like a year and a half here. That's really what our time frame is, so less than the next 2 years to really be solid and clearly articulate what it is that our needs are. So again, you can see that we're starting to work inside of time frames. And the other thing I want to say, you didn't say this, Dr. Foster, but the administration, I said this today at school council, has no preconceived notions about this. I want to put this out there again, that this is definitely going to be a new building or whatever. I mean, we really have to wait and see what the feasibility study says. We might all have our own opinions about what this should be, whether it should be a huge modernization or a new build, but we're just not at that stage yet. But this process will help, and that's exactly what he said. No matter what happens, like even if we don't get the funding, for example, for feasibility study, the work that we're doing is really, really rich work at that high school right now. And so I think that it will stand us a good stead no matter what happens.
And in the feasibility study, MSBA requires that you explore all those options.
Right.
Renovation, a combination of renovating part of it, building new, identifying other potential sites. That's all part of the process that the project team will lead you through at that point. But that you have to explore all those different options.
We want to keep in mind that each stage has like basically a team that helps to lead us through, and so we're kind of never alone. So questions for Dr. Foster?
Leah?
So, hi there.
Hi.
I guess this is a question for you guys more so. We are gonna ask for feasibility study funding in May.
Right.
When is the deadline for working up the language that goes out?
The language
Like the
that
warrant
goes,
language.
you know, that's standard language, and that has come from MSBA. We've already asked it. It's very crystal clear of what that language needs to be.
I see.
So-
So there's kind of standardized language
It's
that
template.
explains to the public, this is what this funding is going to be for. This is what a feasibility study is.
I don't think that there is language in there. I don't think that there's a summary. There's two separate things on the warrant, right? There's the actual language for the article itself, and then below is a summary. And so that summary would be up to us, but the template is crystal clear for the actual for the article for the feasibility study.
And so I guess that's leading up to my real question, which is, how can we be as proactive with that process as we are being with the programmatic work?
So that's a great question, and I'm glad you asked. One of the things that I'm proposing tonight is that, and it's not on the agenda, is that we pull together, and the school committee establish an ad hoc MSBA communication, or whatever term we want to give it. Probably MSBA is probably not what we want to put in there, but I think I know that we've just, for example, set up something, and you can speak to this in a minute too, about the website. But I think that what we would really like to do is have a couple, in an ideal world, one from each community sit on this communications committee with administration and some of the teachers that are doing the work. Kim Early's taking a really positive lead on this, as is Mary Murata. I mean, there are a couple of really strong key players at the high school that are working consistently as part of this nucleus team to start to kick it out, and then pushing it out to the department chairs. So my vision is that we have a member from each community on this subcommittee, this ad hoc subcommittee. And it's kind of like when that work is done, that committee will disappear. So it's not putting a committee in place forever, it's just right now. And then I've put here to serve, to work in collaboration with the school district leadership and the personnel, ensuring timely and regular communication channels be established throughout the district in our 3 communities. So that's my vision, and I'm hoping tonight that you'll agree to create that subcommittee as part and parcel of this work.
Question? Mary?
So a question for Dr. Foster. When you referred to new building, and then you described new building renovation. I didn't get some of the other things that you said. Renovation.
In terms of what MSBA asked you to explore?
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically they asked you to, if you just kept your building structure and renovated it, you can do a combination of renovate part of it, tear down part of it, and build new part. And then just build entirely new, either on site or a new site.
And that's all part of the feasibility study.
Is there a term for that, so that, because as you presented, you said building, and any of this could be building, but there's also new school building, which I'm just thinking the public might interpret. So I'm just wondering, is there a combined phrase for
All these options?
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
Could you make up one?
No, I will not make up one. We'll use the MSBA language so that it's consistent with everything that comes out from there, yes.
Okay, so what is it though? We'll just state those 3.
Yeah, those 3.
Those 3.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Yep. Those are your 3 kind of general approaches that the architect team will lead
But
you
it's
through.
just really important for the public listening to, say that they hear new building. That,
Yes.
Okay, I heard that we're going to have a new high school.
It's a very well taken. The language here is very important because you do not want to kind of limit options, because they'll hear it in the paper that, oh, why are 5 options being considered now? So that's a very good point.
Okay.
The other thing that's important on the outreach is to be able to articulate the educational need for the building, not just the condition of the building, the physical condition. Because it's really, to get that kind of support, really, it helps to be able to say, here's how the building will help change the product of our educational.
work.
And just, actually, we have those two handouts that we'll send around. So I sent out a memo earlier, I think it was last week, actually, just to families, and I actually sent out kind of different versions. One went to our staff, one went to the high school staff, and then one went to our general public. This basically was really focusing on our key potential large-scale projects that if we don't do something, we're still going to have to be responsible for. Like the roofing, for example, is leaking so badly in some of the areas, and right now we're still patching it and fixing it, but the truth is it needs a full-scale re-roofing. The windows, for example, you've got all single-pane windows in all the common areas, all those huge hallways, that's all single-pane window. So I was kind of looking at some of the key, more expensive, large-scale projects in that memo. The memo that's going to go out this week has a focus on the smaller things, like but nonetheless still important, like the fact that we're drawing the fresh air from one gymnasium to run it into the locker rooms. That's not fresh air. I mean, it just isn't. Seriously.
You've been in one of the gymnasiums.
So the second memo that's going out has a myriad of other concerns and issues. The third memo and probably fourth memo that are going to be going out are really looking at the programmatic component. So that each memo has its own piece. But this is just FYI, really, more than anything else. It really doesn't get to the piece that you're really looking for, Leah. So, for example, Mary Murata and I were chatting. So we have a group of high school students now that are creating a video that perhaps our school committee members might want to utilize when they go out to talk to various chapters of groups in their communities, and of why they think that we need something different other than what's in place right now. So I think we're trying to capitalize on all kinds of different levels, but I think that the outreach is going to be critical for us on all of this. So that's one thing, and I think we also have, if you can distribute the others. So you'll remember Grace Fiore, who is here with regards to the Chieftain Crest. Well, isn't she quick? Because she has a lovely article that has already been distributed, and that's her article. And she also ran it past Dr. Foster, so she utilized him as a key resource. So that's also out in print right now too. So again, we're working at as many different angles as we can. I guess, Leah, I wasn't, and this kind of goes back to your question, I didn't want to wait until the next school committee meeting to get a group going, and then, of course, by the time we post that meeting and everything else, I thought, no, I didn't feel I had time to wait. So that's why the first memo went out, the third memo's already, as I said last time, in the hopper, ready to go as well. So, but just as an FYI, our students are getting involved here as well.
Okay, I think Elaine, did you have a question?
Yeah, I had a
And then
question
Mary.
for
Okay.
Dr. Foster. You mentioned a time frame of 50 years, and I've heard the MSBA use that time frame as well. How on earth do you try to plan for what education is supposed to look like 50 years from now?
You don't. You plan flexibility in the building.
Okay.
And that's what the project team and the architects will really help you do. So we'll give them the program in terms of what you think it'll do for the next 5 or 10 years. And then it's part of their job to help make sure that there's some flexibility in there so that future efforts and changes are at least not totally constrained by a unique design. It's part of their task to help with the school building committee to think about flexibility. They won't think much more about the educational program beyond that, what we present in the ed plan.
Okay.
But flexibility is a key element that they'll help us think
Okay,
about.
so the ed plan's kind of looking 5 to 10 years.
It's really how you plan to use the building when you move into it. It's really what MSBA cares about.
Okay, thank you.
Mary?
So, Brooke, I'd like to request that when anything goes out as a memo, that it goes, I'm looking around and most of our members have children, but not all of us. There are 3 of us who don't. So that anything, and I don't know about what goes out to faculty, whether that would be okay too, but it's very, very helpful.
We can just make sure that that's always, we try to generally add the school committee to the list. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know, I'd have to check with Kathy.
Oh, Kathy Leonardi, that's right. Kathy Leonardi sent these particular
Because it pulls right
memos
out of Power School?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
So we'll make sure.
Can we become?
Yeah, so we'll check with Kathy
Power
Leonardi to make sure.
School?
Yes.
Okay.
And we also want Todd to show what he's done here on the website, so if we can just pull that up as
No,
part of
could I just
communications
ask you a
too.
question? Of course. So a couple of things. If we're going to create an ad hoc committee, the school committee actually has to vote to establish it. And if you want us to do that tonight, then we'll put that on our list of things to do for tonight.
Mhm.
Is that what you want?
I would really appreciate
Okay.
that.
So keep that in mind. And then in terms of going to the towns to present, what are we saying is going to be the cost of a feasibility study?
Well, that's coming up. We'll
Okay.
be doing that the next item.
Okay, great. Okay. So,
So I just wanted to point out, because we continue to talk about communication and outreach, et cetera, and so the memos that Brooke and the things that are coming out of our office regarding current high school planning, as well as the MSBA process, we have put another, you'll see out here, drop down on the district webpage. So when you first open it up, and we've kind of been working with Jake and asking him for his feedback in terms of what to call this, because it's not like we're calling it high school building project, because we're just in an eligibility phase right now. But we do want to have a place where we can provide the communication that we've been putting out to the general community and anybody. So we've put up a high school planning, just high school planning tab up here, and below that, what we have a category associated with communication, and then a category associated with Massachusetts School Building Authority. So similar to the memo you just saw here, as well as the module timeline of the MSBA process, those are things that we will then add and populate into here on the website so that anybody can access them at any time. So again, we're just gonna house a lot of that stuff here, but calling it kind of high school planning, high school updates as we kind of go along this process. Because even for our elementary schools and our middle schools, and we brought it up with the principals this morning at the teaching and learning meeting, they're getting a lot of questions too, you know, from their constituents in their buildings, because a lot of times those students at those younger grades might actually, you know, see this building at some point, or whatever it may be. So that's a new place that will house all of that communication, and then anything associated with the MSBA process, such as the timeline and the graphic that Dr. Foster just shared with us.
questions? Excuse me for time. Oh, Leah.
So we are going to be responsible for writing that summary when on the warrants, right? So when is that due to the towns?
Well, we'll want to be proactive with this. I mean, as I say, I've already got the language from MSBA for our piece. So, I mean, I think as soon as we decide that we're ready to go then with it, then it'll be my job to go back and now craft a summary that goes onto it.
That goes to the FinCom, right?
Well, it will go to all, ultimately it'll end up right to the warrant, right? It'll go right to Mr. Lowe and each of the town administrators to put on the warrant.
And so would you hope that the ad hoc committee would begin work on this immediately?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could the, and just for clarity, I know that cost is on everybody's mind, and the notion of reimbursement. Will that ad hoc committee be responsible for educating people on the fiscal matters related, like?
To the feasibility study only.
The feasibility study only?
Yeah.
Is there reimbursement involved, things of that sort?
Yeah.
That would educate?
And we're going to go through that tonight when we get to the next item.
Other questions? Mike?
So as we're moving forward with this, and maybe I'm a little bit late to the game, I'm sort of realizing the breadth of this process and how it's time-bound, and it feels more and more like this juggernaut. Not in a negative way, but it just feels big.
It is big.
And yeah, and it's also dawning on me that disseminating information from this room out to the public is paramount. And this is a question both for Dr. Foster and for the superintendent, but this process doesn't seem only to require financial capital, it's time and energy capital as well, both by staff members and administrators. And so does the MSBA have sort of some sort of advisement on how to balance both continuing to run the everyday operations of a school district and trying to, you know, evaluate programs and figure out staffing, but at the same time inserting this massive task without disrupting things? I don't
think there's
know
any
how this
such
goes.
thing like that in place, to be honest with
So
you.
how does
but-
that work then?
But, I really appreciate you recognizing that, because you're absolutely right. I mean, even things as silly as this is gonna sound, like preparing those memos and going back and reading every single word, because, and again, you're looking to make sure that you never say something that might indicate that there's a preconceived notion forward, because there isn't. You know, all those little tiny things, and so they take quite a time to draft, as you would well know. And I think, though, that that's one of the reasons why I think for us, I mean, our work on this project for both Todd and I is really kind of divided in a little bit. Would you say that, down the middle with, you know, like he's really focusing on that teaching and learning, and I'm really focusing on the fiscal component. So, I mean, you can see why I feel the need to have him for the next 2 years, so that that legacy continues of the areas of the lines of the work that we're doing. So the answer to your question, I think, is absolutely no. I don't think that there's anything like that. I think that one of the realizations that you have when you talk to other superintendents that do this kind of work, irregardless whether there's an assistant superintendent helping or not, is that almost becomes your life. That almost becomes your primary focus, because it is such a big juggernaut. You're absolutely right. And nobody wants to make a mistake when you're looking at something of this magnitude, which is why you look and you try to surround yourself with the very best people that you can. And honestly, you know, I didn't think that there was anyone better to help us in this area than Jake with this particular component. So you do start to make sure that you surround yourself with the very best people that can help you to get through the next two, especially these next 2 years. They are so critical. But no, there's no rebalancing that I'm aware of.
Other than knowing so many other schools have done it.
Yep.
Right. But again, my question, and I think we all are in agreement here, the question is, how do you balance everything and keep things from coming to a screeching halt? Well, you know,
Yeah.
while saying, hey, by the way, there's this other massive thing that we probably need to spend some time on.
Yeah.
So I'll just, if it's okay, I'll just add two things. One is, this is a good opportunity to look for other funding for particular aspects of the work too, as well. And I know Brooke and Todd will probably talk a little bit about that on the budget side. But also to be very thoughtful about how the initiatives you already have going on are integrated into this work.
Exactly.
So we don't treat it as a new initiative on top of everything else.
Right. It all
But
dovetails.
we have a coherent approach to these elements that you have in place. Yes, we are adding a bit with the, you know, kind of innovating different things so that we can articulate what the new building will look like. But that's part and parcel of the educational change you wanted anyway, or that the staff feel should be direction they want to go anyway.
I completely agree with it. I'm so glad that you articulated it like that, because that's exactly how I feel right now. And even when we're talking about the high school and we're talking about things, and I know that we've talked about this too, even like department chairs, do they want their offices all together? All those little things, or do they want them off with wherever, you know, their collective arm of the instructional component is. I think that all ties in, though, with the fact that the work that we're doing right now, I think dovetails. I think if we were of the ilk of, well, let's try this, let's try that, and you had all kinds of different initiatives going, I don't think that would work. But again, I think that we are professionally so well poised right now as a school district, because all of the work that we're doing really funnels into this. So it doesn't feel undoable. The truth is, this feels very doable right now. And Jake, I thank you for your kind words earlier. I do think that we are ahead of the curve right now. Truthfully, we didn't need to start any of this until well after June. But you'll recall that I said even last summer that I wanted to start working in January of this year, whether we got this or not. I don't know if you remember that, but I said whether we get it or not. So I think that we're well poised right now. I feel very comfortable with where we're at. So that probably takes some of the stress out of it, to be honest with you.
Other questions at this point? Okay, Brooke, can you talk about the feasibility study?
Yeah, and Jake, I'm gonna ask you to just stay there if you don't mind, and I'm gonna bring Pat up to have this, do this part. We've reached out to different school districts, as we had talked about at the last school committee meeting. And honestly, the gamut, we didn't get a lot of responses, but the gamut kind of ran, from one extreme to the other. Like one campus said, well, we've got 7 buildings, but the truth is we were only looking at this one building, to those people that are looking at, a situation similar to ours. I think the through line for us that we realized, and I remember looking at the list, and I gave the list out last meeting, the number of folks that had that 2 million, and I thought, wow, why is that so many of those schools at 2 million? And I have Pat speak to it because she also spoke with Dr. Hemmon. And for those of you around the table who have been on this school committee for a couple of years now, you'll remember Dr. Hemmon was particularly active with Massachusetts Regional Schools Association.
He also talked to us about OPEB.
He did. He came and talked to us about OPEB. He's incredibly grounded with regional schools, and so he reached out to Pat actually and had a good conversation with her today about this. And now we're saying, okay, now we understand the 2 million. So I'm going to have Pat. She prepared a bit of a slide presentation here to go through. So why don't you start, Pat, and I'll help fill in.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank the people in my office. They've been on the phones calling school districts that are going through the process. And even though they didn't get responses, there were a few people that did respond, and we got some really good information about some do's and don'ts. And I think just taking all of that information and digesting it, we came up with some ideas as to where we're going to land here. So can you just advance the next?
Oh, sorry.
So we need to go back.
1, 2, okay.
We both hit it at the same time.
Back. I was gonna say, you need to go back to your first slide, Pat. There you go.
That's the first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not with
No,
that's
that's not gonna work.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
All right, so I guess the first question is, that we need to bring forward is, how are we gonna pay for this? And I believe in conversation that you had with the town administrators that this is the best way for us to go at this is to borrow the money for the feasibility study. And there are a couple of things that we need to know about this when we borrow for this study. If the community decides not to construct a new or renovate the old, or as whatever, we will be responsible for the full cost of the borrowing and the cost of the feasibility study. If the community decides to go forward with the project, the cost will be reduced by the amount of our reimbursement rate, which has not yet been determined.
Right.
And we won't know that for a while, and we don't know what that's going to be. So what do we need to do? We need to determine what amount to present to the towns at town meeting in May of 2020. At this point, I would recommend anywhere from between $1.5 million to $2 million, only because the feedback that I got was that, people were saying, I wish that we had budgeted a little bit more. We're hearing on similar construction projects for high schools that they're landing in that range, and where the cost is actually landing in that range. So I think that maybe the language should be put forward to not to exceed an amount, now up as high as $2 million.
And that's why the $2 million was on all those appropriations from last time that you saw. And because one of the things I know Dr. Hammond had mentioned again, and we also had another school or two mention to us, just make sure you don't come in short. Like, that's the big thing. Don't come in short on this.
Yes.
And especially because if you're going to be going ahead with a project and this rolls over anyway, it's it's going to part of that cost is going to be picked up anyway.
So what have other districts done? Like I said, we reached out to a number of districts, and though our responses were limited, most would suggest that we ask for more and anticipate the cost to come in a little bit lower. So again, to reiterate what you just said.
And you recall, you know, the project that we just completed with the leach field and the oil tank at the high school, we had allocated no more than 600,000, and it came in at 499 or something, right at the 500,000 mark, and that was the amount that was borrowed.
And that's it.
So, you know, as we talked about it, you know, we felt that we would leave it up to you. We feel strongly that we need to put a number out there that will not, like a not to exceed number, knowing that we're gonna come in less, but we don't wanna have to go back, and Dr. Hemmond stressed that again today, and we said this around the table last time too, we don't wanna have to go back out to ask for more money. You really have the one shot to do it, and this is it.
Questions, Mike?
Just trying to capture how this is going to look at our May town meetings. Are we, first question is, are we going to apportion what we're asking for evenly among the 3 towns?
I don't have an answer on that. I don't know that it's an even, I think we've had this discussion already. I think the town administrator, I think we had that discussion the other day too, did we not? I'm just trying to recall.
Not the most recent meeting, I don't think so. I think the previous one, but I don't know, capitals can be a 1/3 split as opposed to the Chapter 70 calculation. I don't think the district agreement speaks to it. I'm not sure how that's done.
And again, I think the last building project was 2003 at the high school. Do we know how that was, how they divided up the money for that?
That they divided up by the population at the high school. Like the assessment.
By
Or center.
Okay.
Are we talking center school?
No, I'm
No.
thinking regionally because.
Oh, I'm
this is a
sorry,
high
you're
school
talking about,
project.
Right.
oh, I'm sorry.
By the enrollment, the debt is assessed by the enrollment at the high school.
And apportioned that way?
Exactly, yes.
Okay. Mike?
So then the follow-up question is, again, fast forward to the May meeting. We will be asking our towns to approve our next year's school budget. And in addition to that, we will be asking for
Right,
a chunk to pay for the feasibility study.
right, completely separate articles.
Right, the financing of the feasibility.
The financing of it. And it's exactly what we did last year when you think about, we had one for the budget, and then we we always have capital items too. I think
Right.
we'll have 2 capital items, I think, this year. And then this would be another article, so a completely separate article.
My question has to do with what budget year would be impacted if the feasibility study monies is approved.
I think we don't know that right now because we have to wait until MSBA votes us in to go for the feasibility study, right? I think we have to have their approval first. So I don't know what the latest would be for.
Are you asking when you would actually borrow the money? Is that what you're saying?
Right. Because it would have to be after I'm just saying it would have to be after the MSBA votes for us to go ahead with the study.
Right, but the money to fund the feasibility study is going to have an impact on the town budgets. And so we are currently planning for FY '21. Are we talking FY '22, '23, or do we not know that?
I would say 22.
See, and again, I'm gonna go back to, I think it's gonna depend on the timing of when MSBA approves us to go forward with that, because we can't do it ahead of time. We have to wait until that vote happens. I would think, like, if you think about the fact that the 270 days goes to February 26, I believe, 2020.
2021.
Sorry, 2021, thank you, 2021. So it's not gonna be, it's likely not gonna be before that, so it would be sometime thereafter, I would assume. Would that be right thinking, Jake?
Well, your eligibility period ends February 26. That doesn't mean that, the MSBA could act before that, and, but they can't act after that. That's a deadline for you. You wouldn't need to actually have the funds in hand to pay any contractors until you started Module 2. That's when you're doing the contracts for all the project teams. So you'd be doing all the kind of RFP stuff before you ever spent any money. My experience with MSBA in this process is that timeline gets a lot looser after the eligibility period. So, from February to July of 2021 is pretty flexible in there. So the chance of you having a project team on board before July 2021 is is possible, but it's probably gonna go beyond that.
So, in terms of getting approval, we're seeking approval for money that might not impact the town budgets for another year or more? Is that accurate to say?
It would probably be in the following year, but still, to start the process for borrowing, we have to start it. We can't wait for another town meeting.
I see. So to start
And the towns don't have a plan to have a special town meeting.
Right, that's one of the reasons
Right.
why we're doing, yeah. That's exactly one of the reasons why we're doing it at this particular town meeting. And I think that's really the way we need to look at it, Kathy, because we're gonna be up against a timeline, and this has to be done before February.
I'm just thinking about when it's going to impact the town. So when you and again, I'm
Right.
sorry to sound not right about these things, but you borrow money and you don't have to do anything until it's actually dispersed. So
Correct.
we borrow it and we know it's almost like when you get your mortgage before you buy the house, you're not paying it off until you buy your house.
Right, and in this case, you're paying the interest on that money.
Even though we haven't used it yet?
Yes, you pay the interest on it.
So that would have impact on the town.
Right, and that's what would be in our budget.
Okay, all right. Mike, and then Joseph.
We spoke to this a little bit earlier, but I think from the community's perspective, perhaps one of the more salient points is what our reimbursement rate is going to look like.
And we have no idea what that's going to be
And
right now.
so even by the town meeting, we won't have a sense of whether it's closer to 5% or closer to 50%. I mean, I obviously don't have any idea.
Right.
So are we gonna have a better sense by then so that we can communicate this to the town? Almost as an incentive
Yeah,
say.
to be honest with you, I think one of the things that we might consider doing, and again, it kind of goes back to the communications committee, is there's been a pattern for what, I'm not sure how easy this is to track. It may even be online, I don't really know, Jake, but for us to go back and see what our reimbursement rate has been previously, I mean, we should be able to track and see kind of a ballpark of what that is to give us an idea, right? Because if memory serves me right, I think it was around the 30 to 40%, I think is what it was. So I think we can
For the
track
region?
that for the school district.
Now, just in terms of a previous project, or how do you?
So the best thing to do is to talk with MSBA. They can probably give you a ballpark.
Okay.
And it'll all come down to the enrollment and the
Yeah.
makeup of your population at the time
Okay.
that you negotiate the enrollment, the future enrollment.
Mhm.
But they should be able to give you a ballpark.
But they should
for
be able to
this
give us,
purpose.
and I'm sure that we can track what it has been previously, so we can say in previous years it's been this. So, to your point, they can probably give us a good ballpark now. But again, I bet you it's just a range. I bet you it's not gonna be anything specific.
But it'd be narrower than 10% to 50%. It'd be narrower than that.
Yeah.
Joseph, did you have a question?
Yeah, well, I actually prefaced my question by asking the $64,000 question. What does everybody think that the select board in Lancaster is doing this evening? And I'll answer that question. There's a special selectmen's meeting, yeah, I know you're nodding your head, yeah. There's a special meeting this evening at the Mary Rowlandson School, and prominent on the agenda is the fiscal year 21 budget. So they're having a special meeting tonight at the cafeteria at the Luther Burbank and Mary Rowlandson School to discuss, among other things, the deficit budget the proposed deficit budget for fiscal year 21. So I guess my question really comes down to part 2 of that second slide there. It says about the reimbursement rate. Because my feeling, and I will certainly defer to the chair on this, is that my community has no appetite for this type of possible borrowing authority. So I guess I'll ask the question, when you talk about the reimbursement, can you explain a little bit more about what that is? Because I don't really understand that.
How the reimbursement works for the
So it says here,
building or
the community
the?
decides to go forward with the project, the cost will be reduced by the amount of our reimbursement rate.
You know, I'm just thinking,
What does that mean?
Mr. Lowe was particularly active with the Minuteman project, and perhaps that might be as good an example for a recent example of what happened. Mr. Lowe, if you'd be so kind to explain that, what happened with the Minuteman.
As far as what the reimbursement rate, how the reimbursement rate.
Well, the feasibility study, just the feasibility
Oh, the
study, what
feasibility
happened.
study.
Yeah, and how that rolls into the project.
the feasibility study at the time, several years ago, I think was about $720,000 and spread out over, at the time, 16 towns. But the way it was done was assuming that the project went forward. The cost of the feasibility study is rolled into the borrowing for the overall project. So you see, the feasibility study itself is, relatively speaking, a minimal impact to the assessment. It's part of the bigger chunk. You know, the 720 got rolled into the 144.9 million for the project. And then, of course, that's amortized over the life of the borrowing too. So, but as far as the reimbursement rate goes, and the floor now, if I'm not mistaken, you start at 30%, I think, for the reimbursement rate. For some of the older borrowing that we did, well, like back in 2003 for the high school, I think the floor was higher. So I think you need to be aware of what that adjustment was when you look at the old reimbursement rates too. But no, assuming a project goes forward, you roll it into the cost of the project. And I think Pat's correct. I think we would do interest-only payments until we move forward with that.
And the one thing I would say, MSBA stressed to us is that we not talk about reimbursement rates. I don't know if, and especially because it's not set right now. So they, certainly at the orientation meeting that we took in, they said that multiple times.
They do, but given what Joe's saying about the community, and this is the community who didn't support their portion of the monies for the septic system, you know, I think you're right on, but I think, and maybe this is the work of the ad hoc committee, if they're working on communication and building understanding, to create a way, because I think that, I know that I didn't do a good job of explaining it in terms of the impact on the community, and I think a lot of people's takeaway was that they were going to be stuck for the whole I mean, I shouldn't have led with that, because I think that was stuck in their mind when it was only a portion of that. So if I can just talk a little bit about the committee, because I think the idea, and correct me if I'm wrong, about this ad hoc committee and communication is to strategize and create a plan about how we are going to put this together, to communicate to the towns, to troubleshoot the type of issues that might come up. And I think if we can make it understandable, you know, you take your best shot, and I don't know, it could be a crapshoot, it could be that we get everybody on a good night, but I'm aware of what you're saying and the purpose of the meeting in Lancaster tonight, and I'm also in speaking with the town administrator and the select board chair in Bolton, aware of some of the specificities about the concerns.
Okay, I'm sorry, just one thing, I just want to I know we're talking on a more ethereal level here regarding this, but I'm going to bring it down to the mechanics of it. Right now, we're scheduled for March 2nd to be before the Lancaster Finance Committee. Okay. They were scheduled to meet on Monday. They canceled the meeting. The FinCom doesn't always meet on a monthly basis. I think they meet sort of as needed. So sure. Will it be possible, or would it be possible, to at least introduce this to the FinCom on the 2nd?
Well,
just in our community.
Well, I think that it's sort of working in tandem here. We need this ad hoc committee, and I have some questions about that as well, to put together what the presentation's going to be. And so there's uniform information, and then you tweak it based on your understanding of the town. So I don't know, because we don't have the committee. We don't know what their charge is. We don't know who's going to lead it. We don't know when they're going to meet. But we are talking, 2.5 weeks.
Okay. Can I just ask one last question?
You may.
And I'm going to ask it possibly to go through to you, Mr. Lowe.
No, you can ask Mr. Lowe directly.
Okay. Well, I don't know the date the warrant closes in Lancaster. I'm assuming it's the same or close to the same date as Bolton. When does your warrant close?
If it's not the same date, it's really similar.
Yeah.
Ours is either March 24th, March 24th to 26th, I forget which.
We've got time.
No, I know, I'm not worried about getting the article onto the warrant. I'm worried about getting this before the FinCom.
Okay,
you know.
so I think that we have, I don't want to muddy the waters when we meet with them about our budget. Let's just say laser focused on that. But after that, I mean, we're going to put the warrant on anyway. Are you saying that we sort of get their permission or their blessing to put it on? Where are you going?
Well, okay, and I don't want to bring up things from last year, but I'll bring up things from last year. You know, my impression was that when we asked for the funding for the capital project, that the FinCom was sort of not, informed as to exactly what we were doing. I remember the exact words. Is there somebody here from the Nashoba Regional School District that can explain this warrant article? And I will be frank with you, it struck me as odd that we would get to town meeting and have the chair of the FinCom say, please explain this warrant article. Why wasn't this warrant article explained to him before?
It was.
It was.
It was.
It was at the meeting
Absolutely
that we
was.
had. You know how we're meeting on the 2nd or 3rd? There was a meeting like that, and there was another
Okay.
question relative to our E&D that was also answered at that time. So I just think perhaps there was a misunderstanding or miscommunication but anyway, let's be forward thinking. And I do agree, and I think you mentioned this before, that we meet with them prior to the town meeting and spell this out. And I just don't want it to be in the same conversation, unless they ask us about it, as the talking to them about our budget. If you disagree, that's fine. And are you going to be at that meeting too?
I couldn't disagree with you more. I appreciate what you're saying about not muddying the waters at the March 2nd meeting.
Yeah.
But I would, and again, this is maybe not a discussion for the whole committee, but maybe for you and me.
Sure.
To say, look, we're here on the 2nd to discuss our budget. Pencil us in for.
Oh, absolutely. Pencil us in. Let's.
Here's a little something to chew
Absolutely.
on for a couple of weeks. So we're going to be back in a few weeks to talk about the feasibility study.
I'm with you.
Okay.
And I get it now.
And I would, and again, I keep pounding the table. You get sick of me saying it, but I would implore our FinCom chair and our Board of Select Board, to at least come to some accord on our feasibility study request, at or before town meeting.
And I know that's typically not how it works in Lancaster. I mean, in other towns that I've worked in, when you go to town meeting, it'll say the FinCom, they'll say something and they'll say the FinCom endorses or supports or whatever, or the select board endorses. Everything just gets lumped together in Lancaster, and then you do the warrant separately. But there's no sense of who endorses it or who not. There's just a discussion and a vote. So we can take this outside the committee and work on our plan. But I think that we have to now talk about this ad hoc committee because, Mary, go ahead.
Okay, so is it possible that if we were to bring this to each of the towns in a warrant, that after June 1st, is it possible that MSBA would not give us an okay for feasibility study? So that's one question, just think about that for a second. And then the other is, what I'm hearing about the ad hoc and having enough time for people to really understand this, just because there isn't a special town meeting, this meeting in may not be the right time, as we're looking at a very stringent budget, and our towns have given us some guidelines that perhaps it would make more sense to find out. MSBA says, great, green light, start your feasibility, you've done everything right, and then we have a special town meeting to okay this in the fall. Is that not, you give us more time?
I was going to say my first reaction is no, but Jake?
Can I just clarify process? The vote that the town takes is to fund the feasibility study.
Yes.
So you're about to enter, June 1st is when you enter the eligibility period. And during that period, up until late February 2021, that is the time period you have to get town support to fund the feasibility. So you have until February
So we
2021 to
have
get that
between
town
June
support
1st and February 26th to
Right.
get the okay.
from the
And
towns.
Our original thought was to do it at town meeting, but the
It's in
other
May.
thing, which I know, yeah, I'll be there. The other option is to try to have a special town meeting with this as the only agenda item and between June 1st and February 26th. Is that
So
correct?
just to finish out the process, MSBA doesn't give you the green light until the towns have supported the funding of the feasibility study.
Right. That funding piece has to be in place first. And in talking to the town administrators, and certainly if I say something wrong, I know Mr. Lowe will correct me, but I think the preference would be to have it on this one because not all communities are planning on a fall or winter, whatever, town meeting, which is why, and every time, and again, I know you'll correct me if I'm wrong, every time you host a town meeting, there's an expense that goes with that. And so the notion of putting out additional expense just for basically one item or even two or three, I don't know that the towns would welcome that thought if we could pull this together for this, which I think was one of the rationale for putting it on this particular town meeting. Would that be correct, Mr. Lowe?
That's correct. The feeling was all three towns at the same time, not all three towns are gonna have a special town meeting. You're right, there is an expense to a special town meeting, and in my municipal career, single-issue town meetings don't get great turnout.
Yeah.
Okay, so if that's the case and we are looking at, oh, I'm sorry, Steve, go
I just have
ahead.
one question for the doctor. If the town meetings approve the expense, it's before June 1st. Is that acceptable?
Yes.
MSBA?
Yes.
Yes, we've already talked to them.
We've asked
Okay,
that
I just
question.
wanted to make sure of that.
Yeah, we're good.
Question.
Leah,
Process
go
question.
ahead.
If the three towns approved for the feasibility study, could MSBA give us a green light in July, thereby affecting the next fiscal budget, right? Like, we could probably get the feasibility study RFPs underway prior to June of '21. And if there is some leeway on that, would we be in control of having the MSBA green light it so that it falls in the '22 fiscal year?
Well, first of all, I don't think we would have any control at all. I think they operate on their own calendar, so I hear what you're saying, but I don't think that that's under our level of influence at all. So I think we really have to wait for them, whatever that looks like. So, I think we pretty much have to follow their timelines.
But there is a possibility, if it goes through, that this could land on the '21 fiscal budget.
No, that's what we're approving. We're approving the FY '21 budget, and hopefully it'll get approved at town meeting, so that'll already be done.
Well, not our budget, I get,
It'll be the budget for FY '21,
okay.
so it would have to go to '22 unless there is something that I'm not aware of.
Well, it's yeah, it's totally separate from our budget. It's got nothing to do with our
The
budget.
town budgets is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I want to be clear that we had this discussion with the three town administrators in the room. The three of them
Yes.
who basically said this was the best time period for us. So I think that they're well aware of whatever the implications would be thereafter. And I think if they'd felt uncomfortable, I'm pretty sure that they would have said something.
Okay, so, but what I'm hearing, and I totally get that, but what I'm hearing from the committee is that we're struggling with how we put together a message. You know, Joseph has raised a legitimate concern about the way things might go in Lancaster. And so we're sort of in this undefined area where we know it behooves us to put it on the town meeting warrant. And so between, and it's easy to write the thing for the warrant and have it be in March, and then we need to be ready to present at the town meeting in May. So we have March and April essentially to come to some kind of an agreement and understanding about how we can present to the town, and should we be also presenting at PTO, school council, other town things. So that's what I'm getting itchy about. Like, so it sounds like we need this this ad hoc committee, but it's, Brooke and I was sort of working on a motion here, but the motion is one thing, but there are questions that I have about who'll chair it, who's gonna lead it. It's gotta be somebody who knows what they're doing, because if I'm on the committee, I'm looking for leadership, and telling me what to do and giving advice and stuff like that. And then the responsibility of this committee has to be clearly defined, because, I'll sign up for a lot of things and then get in it and say, okay, what are we doing? But for other people, they want to know what the charge is, what the expected outcome is. And so I know we want to get this done to establish a committee, and I'm sure that the members will volunteer. But what are we volunteering for? When do we start? Who's going to lead it? Who else is going to be on it?
What's the time commitment?
Bingo. All those things. So here's what I would like to, I would like to propose that we table the creation, the motion on this until the next meeting, February 26th, which coincidentally is exactly a year between, now and our deadline. But I would like this clearly defined. So it's easy. An ad hoc communication subcommittee that will work with the district staff to support communications to the Nashoba communities relative to a feasibility study for an NRHS building project. That's fine. But if you're on the committee, like I said, who's in charge? What are we expected to do? What's the time commitment? All these other things. So I would like that more clearly defined before we bring this back to establish the committee. Steve, do you have?
My thought, I can understand your feeling, but my thought is that I think we need to get going as soon as possible, and that all of these questions that you have raised can be hashed out with the members of the committee and the administration and the good doctor, and probably have everything lined up by the next meeting so that you can see what we have accepted as our charter.
Well, I think that there has to be a leadership component that identifies the charge. I don't think that this can be poetry by committee. I think, and perhaps, Dr. Foster, you can guide whatever the charge is and talk about leadership, because, I'm thinking about when you're trying to do a group project with some kids and you have all these little groups, and then you say, okay, name your group. You spend hours picking out, fighting over names and stuff, and they never get the work done. So I don't want us to be in that situation. So, however, I'll take the guidance from the group. I'm fine with doing this personally. What am I signing up for? Who's in charge? Who knows what they're doing? Because I surely do not.
I guess from my perspective, how I see it, and I think how you laid it out is exactly how I see it, to be honest with you. Because I'm like you, and I remember saying to Todd at one point in time, to your point, this is too big. Like, I can't do this by myself. I can write the memos, I can do this, that, and the other thing, but we need a larger strategic plan. And, I talked to Jake just really briefly about it, and said, do we hire this out? And he said, generally you do it yourselves, right? And I thought, what, we probably have, and again, I see this tying in with the work that Todd is doing right now, so I can see him being an active player in this. So I'm not worried about what the charge. I understand what you're saying. I do agree with you. I think probably we sit down now with a collective other partners who are very actively involved with this, because you're not, and I understand that. But you bring somebody like him early to the table, you bring somebody, and I think that we can sit down and hash out what does the charge of this group look like. So
let me see what the membership thinks. Mike, your thoughts?
I think given that our town meeting is what, we've got March.
Yeah, 2 months.
So about 10 weeks or so?
Okay.
Let's say 10 weeks.
Let's say that.
If we delay this by another 2 weeks, we've lost that much time. That's a very good chunk.
Okay,
So I'm personally comfortable voting for the establishment of the committee, and then in the time between now and our next meeting, establishing all those parameters.
okay, Joseph?
I don't have any strong feelings about it. My fear is that, I just feel in my community that there is very little appetite for this type of assessment at this time. So whether we do it in May or we do it in October or November, it doesn't make a difference to me. I don't have any real strong feelings about it one way or the other.
Might I make a suggestion on this, please? I'm
Sure,
sorry.
sure, no, okay.
One of the strengths, I think, about doing it at the May meeting is if we get a no from one of our communities, that's gonna give us direction. I'm okay with that, because then we'll know, okay, what our next steps, and we'll map that out. My fear is that if we wait, and I had suggested this to the town administrators when we talked, if we wait until like the fall town meeting and we get a no then, I only have like basically 3 months maximum to try to pull something else together. I'm really supportive, and I think that Dawn could probably tell. I wasn't initially when they, the notion of doing it right away, because I'm like many of you sitting around the table saying, oh my gosh, can we pull this together? But as we talked it through that day with the town administrators, I thought, you know what, this makes total sense. So I'm really comfortable with doing it now, and if we get a no, then we have to put a new plan in place.
Okay. Mary?
So with all the different arguments that I've heard, it would seem that we shouldn't waste time, but I look around the table at people on school committee, and and I would just hope that the subcommittee would not be solely school committee. There's just no way.
No, that's not.
I know, but I'm just saying, that obviously there would be representation, and I don't want to be one of those members. But I'm hearing that other people would like to be, so I would say go ahead.
All right, Elaine?
I'm okay to get started. I think this is a case where the sooner we get started, the better. And there's a lot of process, and sometimes that turns into bureaucracy, and I think this is one time where we need to cut through that as much as we can.
Okay. Steve?
The only question I have is, if we have a 2-to-1 town vote, and it's 2 yes, 1 no, what is our option then? Is that the nuclear option?
That is an option. That is an option. But
Minuteman had to do.
Yeah, and I had that discussion with MSBA. I'm hoping that that's not. I think that we've got one, and talking to MSBA, and I won't go into detail. I'm really worried about the rest of our agenda for tonight. I'm just going to put that up for there for time. I think we would talk to MSBA at that point in time and get guidance from them. Leah.
I think there's nothing more important than this, so I'm ready to move forward now. I think that education is key in all things. That is our business.
Yes.
So educating the public needs to begin immediately.
Okay. So, any other questions? So, I will make the motion for the school committee to establish an ad hoc committee, ad hoc communication subcommittee, that will work with the district staff to support communication to the Nashoba communities relative to a feasibility study for a Nashoba Regional High School building project.
Second.
Okay. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? So now, that being said, who would like to serve on this committee?
Everybody's hands are down. Leah?
I would think that Elaine, knowing her communication skills, seriously, would be one of the key people on the committee.
Thank you. I mean, I am more than confident in Leah's skills as well.
I don't think it has to be an either or, does it? Do you want one per?
Well, let's see what the rest of the towns.
Yeah, let's see. Bolton, what say you?
I already said so.
Yeah, Mary,
I mean,
yeah.
I'm on the,
And I know
I'm
they were.
looking for salary here now with the amount of work that.
Good luck, Mary. You get the memo?
It's not in the budget.
Mike, is this something you could
It's just tough.
consider?
It just feels like I'm just spreading myself out.
Sure, no, I understood. Yes.
And also, I feel like the committee's work is the preparation, right? It's not, so if one of the towns wasn't to sit on the committee.
Yes.
They would just be removing themselves from like preparing press releases.
Right.
And then like
Okay.
we're all still a part of
That's true.
presenting.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I would agree with you. I don't know that, I mean, in a perfect world, you'd have it different from every community. But quite frankly, you know, this might not be one of those times. We can, and remember, you're gonna be working with other folks here, so you're not on your own with this by any stretch of imagination. So maybe you just do two of you and that's, or three of you and see what happens.
So Leah and Elaine could
All right, I'll
be
run
on the
with it.
committee?
Quality time with you.
Okay, it's down to you and me, Joe.
I file Schedule C, so I would love to do it.
Oh, wait,
I
is
would
that
love
like a
to-
tax thing?
That's I'm
Yikes.
self-employed, so I file Schedule C. but-
Sure, and, yeah.
So I would love to do it, but
Yeah, yeah. No, no.
I'm not mentioning any names, but somebody recruited me for the negotiation.
You know why?
subcommittee.
Because that person knows a skillful negotiator when she sees one. So,
Please don't feel the pressure. If just two, no, I'm serious. If just two folks want to sit
Okay.
on here, let's just see where
let's
we
start
go.
there.
Let's start with
And-
that.
And I can't, if I don't know what the time commitment is at this point,
Yeah,
I
I-
can't. But, you know, I'm happy to critique your work and tell you everything you know.
I'm sure you will. Yeah, I'm good with that.
I'm there.
Okay,
Okay,
awesome.
so.
Leah and
um,
Elaine, thank you both.
Thank you. Now, how soon will these folks know what the charge is, who's steering the ship, and who they're gonna work with, and when the first meeting is?
The second we can post, I'm gonna post, so we will reach out to you folks immediately.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I appreciate that, and thank you.
So I'm
Okay.
looking at the schedule, our
Okay,
agenda
hang
for
on.
tonight.
Yeah.
I think
We have to do the,
to be honest with you, we could reschedule the budget component tonight, and we could just put that to the next
Yes.
meeting if you want.
Yep.
Because quite frankly, I can tell you in a snapshot where we're at, it'll take me a minute.
Okay.
If you don't ask any questions, we can just put it to the next meeting, and then you can ask us later.
Where are we?
Yeah.
And I feel badly, because I really would have liked to have done the grant information
But I can do
tonight.
that, I can do that next meeting,
But Jake,
because that's not
yeah.
happening until the end of March, so we're.
Jake, I thank you so much for your
Thank you,
efforts
Jake.
tonight.
Absolutely, glad
So
to be
nice
here.
to have you with us. And so then that really would just leave your potential third Bolton School Committee member for the discussion tonight.
Let's do
And then
that,
you can
because
wrap it up.
there's a time constraint on that in terms of the town having a deadline for I guess the selectmen have to vote to put that on the warrant, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's time sensitive, and I can do the regional district budget process at the next meeting.
Yep, that sounds great.
Okay, so now, without further ado,
Okay, we're not gonna do budget.
no,
yet.
We're not doing budget
Not even a
tonight.
quick
We're-
Not tonight.
minute.
no, let's let Mary do her thing, let's get that vote away, and then
Okay.
we can cap it off.
All right, it's just
How
that
much-
that I go to Bolton Selectmen tomorrow when they want to hear about budgets and MSBA guys. So, okay.
So I'll do
We
a
can talk.
super quick,
Okay.
I'll do a super quick thing, and then I'll help you out with the other.
All right, okay. So here we are, sort of reminded of last time that we were here, and were you?
I'm trying, I'm getting there.
That's all right.
I had budget all day.
I'll set it up first. a little
Nothing
bit.
like messing you up there, thanks.
Yep. So at the last meeting on the 29th, you authorized that I would be the person to go forth and to contact the town clerks, because we've got a couple of reminder slides there, but to get the certified census numbers from the town clerks, and to do any communication with the towns in regard to membership. And what this started out as looking to see whether Bolton might very well qualify for a third member. So the very next day, I sent emails to the town clerks, and I was diligent. I also went there in person, met each town clerk, and handed her, and they were just wonderful, handed her a hard copy. I didn't even go through snail mail. And I have to say that the turnaround from the town clerks was wonderful. And not only that, I want to thank Pam Powell, because she also coordinated with the town clerks to make sure they were all using the same data point the same time, the same day, so that it would be consistent. So as evidence here, because we want documentary evidence, since, as Kathy said, it was hours and hours ago, that there was, we really didn't have any kind of record of amendments, of going through a review process, but we are determined as a committee that we will have something that other people can follow going forward. And so if anybody wants to see this, I've got the 3 letters. I've got my letters, and then I have the 3 letters from the town clerks. So anybody can look at this.
We're going to put
we're
in
going
the manual as an example when we
Oh,
create our
okay.
section on
But I figured that this will
visualization.
go, you probably to Alita, she can have the green folder too, and that will be, you know, that is some of the proof that we have done this, because if you go to the next slide, this, I'm not gonna go all over this again, but this is in our current Nashoba Regional School District Agreement 2003, and that we would get the town census, and we would request the town clerks, and then they would give us the certified numbers, and that this process is within the agreement, doesn't require an amendment or a town vote, and finally that the change, if we do decide on a change, it will be effective at the annual town meeting, the following town meeting. So the next one, and I'm going quickly, what about that reference in compliance with the 1 person, 1 vote ruling? And so I'm just going to backtrack a minute and say that after all of this went out to school committee, Kathy and I went to each of the towns to meet. No, I'm losing my voice. This is terrible. I don't have time to do this. Wait, a little water.
It's very dry in this building.
Thank you. So we went to, I contacted the town administrators and Lesa, chairperson of each of the towns, to say that could one or the other of them meet with us, so that when we brought this up today, it wouldn't be a surprise. I had already met with Dawn, and I had met with Pam Powell in a follow-up to our meeting on the 29th, because I really wanted to make sure that everything was straightened out about that, and I think that it is now. So it turned out that Lancaster, they were the first to answer, so Kathy and I went to Lancaster and met with town administrator and the select person, and then it was Bolton, and so it was Dawn and Pam and administrative assistant to Dawn, and then we went to Stow, where we met with the chairperson of the Board of Selectmen and town administrator, and so we shared this embargoed information. It wasn't ready. We wanted the towns to see it, and then it's been up on the website as part of this. So the part about one person, 1 vote ruling, kind of important, because it goes along with the 14th Amendment to the Constitution and the Equal Protection Clause, which would seem as if it's very, very federal, but as I had said before, it has been interpreted by the Supreme Court decisions to be state applicable, as well as goes right down to us, which is kind of fun to think that it comes all the way down to local government. So we also have some of the Supreme Court cases that are pertinent, that show the movement from kind of the federal level to the state level. And I cited them there, as well as I found, because I searched for this, a Massachusetts case that is, and if people have a chance, I sent you the link on this to take a look at this case, and it's exactly relevant to what we're talking about, that it's really important that, I think we can go on to the next slide. That anyway, no, maybe that's not the one, that we are representing, that the people that we represent in our town have a proportionate or equal representation on the regional school committee. So here we have the certified town population data: Bolton 5571, Lancaster 6806, and Stow 6880. And let's go to the next slide. Now, we've been working with the DESE, Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, and Christine Lynch, Michelle Griffin there, and what Christine Lynch had sent to us was the table that they used to determine representation. And this is an Excel spreadsheet, and the fun part of this is that you plug in the numbers, and then, you know, the formulas just do the rest of it for you. But it's a little complicated, but I'll try to do this as quickly as possible. So you see the population in the first column, the population of each town. That adds up to the number down below, which is, I don't know why it moved over a little bit when I put it into PowerPoint, but 19,257. Now this is the current configuration that we have right now with 8 members. So we're going to take those 8 members and divide that into the total population, and in an ideal world, we would each be representing 2,407 people, all right? And so then the next column, elected. So we'll take Bolton, population 5571. We have 2 members, so we would divide 5571 by 2, and we have 2786, and Lancaster and Stow dividing their population by 3, and you come up with how many they are represented. And so then the next thing that happens is, for the representation percentage, you take the 1 person, 1 vote number, and that's that 2407, and you divide each of the elected numbers into that number. So you put 2786 into 2407, and then you put 2269 into 2407, and 2293 into 2407. And then you get these percentages: 86% for Bolton, 106, and 105 for Stow. Now we're looking at what is under 100 and what is over 100. So the deviation from 100, next column, Bolton minus 14, Lancaster 6, and Stow 5. To find out the deviation among these 3, you take the 2 highest numbers, negative or positive, you add them together. So this is 20% deviation. So right now, this does not, where did it put? This composition would not meet the 1 person, 1 vote. And we're going to look at others. So I don't want people to be upset about the fact that we're not meeting that right now, because we have some solutions here that the state has given us. But there are other districts, other regional districts, which are not exactly in compliance. One of the good things is that DECA reviews agreements, especially when you do any kind of amendment. They look over the whole thing. They look it over for any laws that might have passed, and they also look over for numbers, as does MARS, the Massachusetts Association of Regional Schools. And so they're helping districts to be able to come more in compliance in case they're not. Let's go on to the next slide, and let's see, what if Bolton had 3, and Lancaster would stay at 3, and Stow would have 3. Well, what happens here, and again, all the numbers, it adds up the same number, you know, 19,257. We're going to take 9, and we're going to divide 19,257 into 2140. That's the ideal that each one of us would be representing. Now we're going to look at how many are elected, and we're going to put 3 now. We're going to say that you're following along, you're making so many people making faces like, what? Okay, so 3 into 5571 would mean that Bolton was only representing 1857, so you can follow that along. I'm going a little fast here, but then we do the whole process that we did before. Bolton, you know, would be 115, and Lancaster and Stow 94%, 93%, and so what that comes out to is that anyway, 15% for Bolton, 6 and 7. We're going to find that Lancaster and Stow, the populations are you know, pretty close. It's both Bolton that's the outliner, but when we add up those 2 biggest numbers, 15 and 7, we get 22%. So, this doesn't work either. Okay, door number 3, Aaliyah. Let's try this. Okay, so again, we got the same number. The population isn't going to change for this, but this is what has been recommended to us by DECA, Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. So what if we added another member from Bolton, but we also need to add another number, and CVET said it's not 5, but it is 4. And another member from Lancaster, another member from Stow. And so we look at this, and again, all the same, you know, it comes out 19,257. Now we have 11.
And you know, I just want to put a plug in, if we had more members, and perhaps we will, anyway, you know, when you
Don't
think of
plug
committees,
here,
all right,
just
all right,
keep going.
all right, I'm trying. Okay, so then 1751 would be the number that each one of the 11 of us would be representing. Now we look at how many are elected, and we look, and now Bolton 94, Lancaster 103, 102, so we got a -6, 3, and 2. We add up those two biggest numbers, 6 and 3, you get 9% deviation. We're there. You know, it doesn't have to be 10 to 16. Anything under 10, that's golden, that's fun, that's, you know, that's where I wish we all were, like, you know, the same number in each town. Wouldn't it be easy? So, that's the end of the presentation. What?
You have a
and
motion?
This, what, oh, I have a motion, yes, I do.
Yes.
Thank you for that lead, yes.
Rather than-
Is this,
This is the one that
this is
the
the
leader
motion?
approved,
Okay,
yes.
all right.
Thank you.
I do have a motion.
All right, no,
Okay.
make your motion.
I mean, and then
No,
we're gonna
sorry,
do it
sorry,
right, and then,
Yes,
and then.
yes, we're gonna do it right.
Yes.
I promise.
All right, and then we vote, and then we talk about it, all
All
right.
right. No, we
Uh,
talk about it, we discuss, then we vote.
Yes.
Make a motion,
Yes.
second, discuss, vote.
Exactly right. All right, move in accordance with the Nashoba Regional School District Agreement, Section 1C, that, quote, "The population of the participating towns shall be determined every 5 years in accordance with the town's annual census as certified by the respective town clerks." And since the Nashoba Regional School District Committee has reviewed, I'd like to put the date in there though, Alita, that we did it at this meeting, has on 2/12/2020 reviewed the annual town census populations in Bolton, Lancaster, and Stow as certified by the respective town clerks, with the result that change is warranted in the number of members to be elected to the Regional District School Committee, I move that we vote to add one additional member to Bolton, Lancaster, and Stow, so that Bolton has 3 members, Lancaster has 4 members, and Stow has 4 members, for a total of 11 members elected to the Regional District School Committee, and according to the Regional District School Committee agreement, quote, "Such change shall be effected at the annual town election following the certification of the census," unquote, Section 1D.
Second.
Discussion. Questions? Mike?
I wonder if this is the first time that this data has been publicly shared, or if the information has been conveyed to all 3 towns, and if it has, what feedback have we gotten?
We, Mary and I, she mentioned, met with the, in Bolton, we met with Don and the town clerk. In Lancaster, we met with the chair of the select board, Stan Starr, and Orlando Pacheco, who is the town administrator. And then in Stow, we met with Bill Wrigley and James Salvi. So we have shared it with the towns. This process and making this determination in the regional agreement is the responsibility of the school committee. And so we wanted to make sure, though, we knew that we would be voting today, that town leadership was aware of what we were going to be talking about. And at those meetings, and they were just yesterday and Monday, we asked that the information not be shared because it is something that we determine here.
And we did this, is it all right if I talk to you? We did this as a courtesy to the towns because we wanted them to know about this. At this particular time, we also will be doing an addendum, which is this is what the state has recommended. We're not doing an amendment right now because even for any word that would be taken out of this, anything at all, requires an amendment. And we're looking that we will most likely have an amendment process and an amendment committee because DESE is looking over our whole agreement, the 2003 agreement, and then that's going to take them some time. Then they'll get back to us, and it'll come to us. And then what we would do is have a subcommittee, and the town would be part of that, as well as school committee members, and we would look that over. Then it goes to the towns for a majority vote, 3 towns, and then it goes back to DECA for the commissioner's signature. So there's nothing other than, we're doing exactly what we have the right to do here.
Understood. I guess my question is, given that the way that the 10 to 16% standard deviation has been interpreted very differently from the town of Bolton to us, have we bridged that gap so that everyone is sort of in understanding that these are the numbers and these are what we're working with?
I believe we have. And, you know, I really do believe that we have, because us, you know, Dodd's been called on before, and I think that everybody that in the town, Dodd, would you want to work, you know, is it all right? Would you like to ask?
No, all
Okay.
I'm getting at is DESE has spelled out a procedure that we have followed, and they have identified a problem, if you will, or a concern, that we have the deviation at 10 to 16 when most districts just have 10. So there is an addendum coming, and, but not tonight. And then the amendment process is a lot more complicated. So what is your concern, Mike?
That the communication gulf has been bridged. Simple.
I feel it has. I feel confident that it has. But I.
Do you want to comment on it?
I'm sorry?
Would you like to comment on that, what Mike's asking, whether?
Well, we had our meeting yesterday, and, I mean, it's a DESE spreadsheet, so it's difficult to argue with the DESE spreadsheet. So what the numbers are, the numbers are. My concern, and it was expressed yesterday, and I'll restate it today, both Pam and I said the same thing. My experience with district agreements is, and Mary said it, you change anything, and it requires a vote of all three communities. While technically, the existing body of the agreement isn't being changed, there's going to be an addendum, if you will, added to this, which will result in a material change in the current understanding of the agreement, the district agreement. And I would strongly encourage the school committee to get in writing from DESE that a town meeting vote is not required, because people are not going to understand that. You can call it an addendum all you want, but it's still going to result in a new school committee member for each of the three towns, which changes the structure of the current agreement. And I think people are going to be really confused if they don't have something from DESE that says, and if you already have a letter, I think that's fantastic. But it's all part of the communication vehicle. You know, and it's just in dealing with state government for as long as I have, there are times when you get something verbally that when you get it in writing, it doesn't always match. So I would stress that just make sure that we don't need to have an article for town meeting in all three towns, even to do the addendum.
So I would like to publicly state that Christine Lynch at the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education has assured me that we are within our right to under C and D, to do this calculation, to have requested the information and to do the calculation and to vote for the new members. And so what will happen is that our whole agreement is being reviewed. And so we've been told that we can go ahead. It's been very difficult.
Don't you have something from them that they communicated to you via email
Yeah.
relative to this? So it's not just something.
Well, I do.
Yes,
I do.
and
right.
we're going to talk about the addendum next week, correct?
Right.
But I think.
One of the things that I wanted more specifically in writing, because this came up in Stow too, Christine Lynch has been out, and I think that Michelle, I just got an email from her, and not only that, but DESE is changing its email and its server from doe.mass.edu to something else, to mass. I don't know whether it's mass.gov. So the communication with them this week has been, very difficult. And so Michelle got back to me and said that, that they'll do this next week. But
Don's point is similar to the point raised by Bill and Jim Southey, is that make sure that we have it in writing
Which we will.
in coordinated with weeks. And I know that you're working on that.
I am.
Okay.
We will, and she said she would. Christine Lynch is retired, she works part-time, and she's the guru.
But there's
so
nothing to
she's-
prevent us
No,
from
there
doing
is-
this vote
no,
and then
there is
letting the
absolutely
town government know that we have voted this and that to put an additional member on their warrant for
Right.
election or whatever the terminology is.
Yep.
And we can establish that we can seek that documentation so that we have that available
Yes.
for our town meetings in the event that there is
This has
confusion.
been Mary's
Absolutely.
full-time
I know
job
it is,
the
and I
last 3
appreciate it.
weeks.
Absolutely.
And I
And
think
this-
she's
I've done everything
on
but
polar
drive
ID
them
for Mars and DESE, and I go, oh, it's Mary, I wonder what she wants. Yes,
Okay, my understanding is that this does not come before the towns.
not this is us.
Not, and
No.
not,
But if we
and not,
change the
and
regional agreement,
if we
that's when
change
it
the
does.
regional agreement with.
Yes.
But the addendum is not up to the towns to approve or disapprove.
No, not the addendum.
No.
We have the authority and we have the responsibility of looking at these numbers and increasing the number of board members from 8 to 11,
Correct.
except in Lancaster, of course, but that's,
Well, we
We're
can
still
have
waiting.
4 members.
We're still
It's
waiting.
a matter of waiting to see if we can get an additional 2. I'm optimistic. Leah.
I hope
Just for clarity's sake, so we are going to have 3 additional vacancies on this committee.
1, 2.
That, and I mean 4 if we consider the current vacancy.
Yes,
Yeah.
We will have 4 vacancies come the
Correct.
town election in
Correct.
May.
yes.
Join us.
Right.
Okay. Other questions, discussion?
Actually, yeah, that brings up some logistical questions then, I guess, for Desi. I'm not really sure of, if we have 3 new people coming on to the committee in 1 year, for Bolton, it sort of makes logical sense that it would be 3-year terms one every year. But now you've got 1 year in Stow and Lancaster where 2 people are being elected. Do we just start with a 3-year term? Is there a 1 year, like 1 year roll-in? Like,
By-
Mary has
how
an
does that
answer.
work?
By our agreement, it would be 3 years that they would, they
We would just go ahead and start at 3 years.
Yeah, that's what it says in the agreement. What they were doing before was weaning away from 94 to 203, from 13 to the 8. And so if you look, they're weaning people off who were there.
Yep.
And then saying from then on, there'd be 3-year terms. So,
Okay.
But the staggered nature is what you're concerned about.
Right.
Yeah, 1
Just
year
that-
there'll be 2 people in Stow and Lancaster elected.
Yeah, that both the, let's call it the double Stow year and the double Lancaster year are the same year. Okay, does that matter? Maybe it doesn't.
Joseph?
Yeah, I have a question here. Is there any exigency to this at this point? I mean,
I
do
think
we,
what?
well, what I'm asking is that I kind of agree with my colleague from Bolton, though I think he may have come around a little bit to a more comfortable position, but I kind of feel the same way with him. He talked about the communications gap, and I'll be frank, I mean,
You be Joseph.
I will be frank, I'll be,
Scott?
I can see this, I can see that where this would be an exigent issue for the town of Bolton, but I'll be frank, I don't see it as an exigent issue for the town of Lancaster, and I don't know how Stow feels about it. And again, I don't have any strong feelings one way or the other, whether we have, and frankly, when I first ran for this position, I was dumbfounded by the fact there were 8 members. I mean, you don't really find too many even-numbered bodies politic in anywhere. You know, whether we move from 9 to 11 or what have you. I just get the impression that, at least from my community, I think they would like to sort of absorb a little of this and take it all in before we actually commit to a number.
Okay, so I will quote Stan Starr when we showed up to meet with him. He said, so this is the purview, just paraphrasing, the purview of the school committee. And so you're just informing us, and as the chair, I'm fine with this. So in terms of communicating broadly to the community, that's only if there's an amendment. This is something we should have been doing every 5 years since 2001, and we have not. So we're behind. But this is the only time we directly involve the community is if we change the agreement, we have to make an amendment. So this is, if you read the agreement, this process that we have finally gone through after 19 years is controlled, if you will, by the school committee. And here we are. To be compliant, we've been out of compliance. Now we're in compliance, and the result is an additional member for Bolton, an additional member for Lancaster, an additional member for Stow. So if you're concerned, I'm not, I've been up since 5 o'clock this morning. I don't even know what I'm saying. I know that Scott is here and Frank is there. So, but
We all feel you.
just to be blunt, the communities don't have a say. What they have a say in is when we do an amendment. That's what they have to approve.
So I'm sorry, just to be clear, I don't know that Joe is saying this, but I'll speak for myself. I'm not suggesting that the community has a say. I'm saying, can we please be prepared to explain what has happened? That's it.
Of course, yes.
That's it. That's it.
Yes.
I don't think anyone is disagreeing with that.
And I think that that's part of the process. And Mary is the point person. Mary is the spokesperson. And she is, if people need to make a statement to their community, however you want to do it, Mary is the person to work with in order to communicate that. So, yeah.
I'll come
Anyway.
to the other town meetings. May I speak?
Absolutely.
You said we are in compliance. Right now, we're not in compliance.
With this
So if we
proposal.
if we do what, then we will be in compliance. Now, it's one thing when you're ignorant and you don't know that you're not in compliance. But once you know the truth, then you need to move forward because, anyway.
Okay.
Now we know.
So, Joseph.
So quickly, so if I hear what Mary's saying, perhaps she's saying that she feels there is exigency to this matter, from a universal perspective, not just from the town of Bolton.
Right.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. This opened up, my questioning at the beginning, could Bolton have a third member, led into all of this and our agreement needing to be reviewed by DECA.
Other questions, comments? Aliases? Yes.
Call the vote.
Call the vote. All those in favor of approving approving the findings of our process for looking at distribution of representatives to the school committee, raise, oh my God. All those in favor of adding a representative to the school committee from each of the towns, all those in favor? Opposed? It carries. So the next step is for me to notify the town administrators and the chairs of the select board via email that we have approved the addition of one representative for each town so that they can vote at their next Board of Selectmen meeting to add it to their warrant. And that has to be done 64 days before the election. And so I think Bolton has a meeting tomorrow.
They do.
I'm not sure when the next select board meeting is. Stow, I think that notice I sent from Linda, I think Stow's okay.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's my job, and I will CC everybody on that communication.
So I already have the agenda for tomorrow. Do you think they'll be able to add it to the selectmen's agenda?
Well, that's up to them.
Okay.
I will email it.
Okay.
And
I will be there because they've asked that
Yes.
Bolton be that this is that time, right?
yes, so if they will
Okay.
add it,
Okay.
I would email perhaps and request in the form of a question.
Okay.
If we will be able to add it. Thank you. Okay, so let's take stock, shall we? So the budget update, if you just want to give us numbers.
I'm gonna give you numbers, but I'm worried to give you numbers because I just know it's gonna open a thorough.
No, then we're not going to do it then.
So there's a piece of me that says, might I suggest this? And I'll do whatever your wish is. But I have thought about the possibility of asking for an additional meeting in March. on the budget, just for the budget. And, and then we can, because I'm just worried that if I present now, you're gonna say, oh my gosh, well, let's talk about this, that, or that. And I really need you, like, fresh to have this discussion.
Okay, hang on. Hold, please.
And we might not even need another meeting in March. But I just want to toss it out
meeting's on the
there.
4th, though.
I beg your pardon?
The tri-town meeting's on the 4th. I'm assuming that that's what you
Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Yes, hang on. So our next meeting is the 26th.
Yeah.
So, and on that is the public hearing about the budget.
Which now we're not gonna be able to do.
Then we
I
have
already
to meet
posted that.
before the 26th.
I already posted that in the papers.
Yeah, you did, you did.
It had been posted in the papers.
Do you want to make it?
So do we put our big boy and girl pants on and just tough it out and just, do you need to make your report about about personnel? Can that wait till the next
I
meeting?
can wait, sure.
Okay, here we go. Hit it.
So what did we decide? I'm sorry.
I just decided for the group, let's hear about the budget, let the chips fall where they may. I do
When?
not have to talk about the
Right now.
budget process, I will do.
Now?
Yes.
Okay.
Gird your loins, everybody, here
Pass
we
it
go.
to the table.
The battery has died on my computer.
My battery just
Oh, no, I think about 18%. I think we're about done. Yeah, that's all right. What do we got?
So I'm gonna try to give a snapshot here as quickly as we can, and we'll let Alita bring us up quickly. And I will try to talk super quickly. You did a great job, I really quickly, being really articulate. This time, and I don't know how articulate I'm going to be. So basically, this is where we're sitting effective tonight, okay? At a 5.65%. The Bolton is at 4.77, Lancaster 4.74, Stow 3.17. Now, I will tell you that we have cut a ton. And I feel so badly for our principals because, they came and they gave wonderful, presentations, and I know how badly they need those counselors. I know how badly they need those. But at the end of the day, if we are gonna try to hit Bolton's number of 3 point whatever, and I talked to them the other day, said, could I even have like 3.5 or 3.2 or 3 point, and both Orlando and Don said, we need you at 3. So with that in mind, that meant, like when I walked in this morning, we were still trying to cut $1.4 million out of the budget this morning. That's where we were at this morning. We went back and we've got some revenue numbers still that are coming in, so revenue is always better for us than making cuts. But at the end of the day, folks, this is where we're at. You can call them reductions, you call them whatever you want. We've gone back into areas like the mentorship program, so you know what? Only people that are coming into our district from now on are the only ones that we can mentor. We don't have the money to do anything else. We've cut in, like, the truck that we badly need, it's cut. And pretty much any of those new positions that you saw on there are all cut, with the exception of the SPED, which we're mandated for, and the ELL, which we're mandated for. And even at that today, with the principals, we're trying to jostle that and say, well, can we share a person, can we do, we're really down to the nitty gritty right now. So if you can just take a look at the next slide, because this is such a snapshot, but it gives you a flavor. These are some key drivers for us, and I just want to put this in perspective again. When you're asked to present something that's like for 3%, or even 4 or 5, like in that ballpark, but knowing full well that Worcester Regional Retirement Assessment is 10.21%. Our out-of-district tuition has an increase of 30%, and there's nothing we can do about that. You can see my problem in trying to whittle this to a 3 or 4 or even 5%. Additional staffing, we need this in special ed, and we only need one regular ed additional teacher, and that's because of enrollment. And again, we don't have that choice unless you want large classes, which nobody wants. And it wasn't a lot of teachers, it was just one. Unit A and Unit C contract matrix, and everybody knows this, but I'm gonna say it again, we've got 169 teachers still within that matrix. And that matrix, when you do your steps and your lanes, and we've got folks that are doing both this year, that's on a 2% increase, right? So you gotta know that. So, really, when you take the whole teacher's salaries, which is the largest part of our budget, that is nowhere near 2%. So, right? So again, you have to look at this and say, these are key drivers for us. Then the foreman Minuteman positions and benefits, remember we're bringing that out and bringing it under our purview. You remember that from last year. That's about $300,000. So we gotta keep that in mind here as well.
Let me just say about that, we were assured by the town, because that was in their budget.
That's exactly right.
It's moving into ours, so there should be that wiggle room.
You're absolutely right on that, thank you, yeah.
You're welcome.
So next slide, this is such a quick snapshot. So where we need to be is basically for us to be at Bolton at 3%, Lancaster will be at 2.79, Stow 1.39, so Stow's happy, they're very happy. And I think Lancaster's gonna be very happy with that number, right? If we can get there, that's what we're trying to get there at. So that means that our total budget would be 4.13%. Okay, the next slide. That's how much we're sitting at tonight that we still have to cut.
800,000.
So that, in a snapshot, that's where we're sitting tonight. So, Kathy?
Okay, so what do we have in E&D right now?
So the numbers that we put in E&D too, and I want to
No,
put
I
that,
want to know what the total is right now.
Oh.
Now, don't tell me what you put in.
but I want to put that out there because I
Oh,
think
no,
that's
no, but
important.
first let's start with what we started with before we put anything from E&D into the budget to offset.
Okay, how are we going to explain this? How do we explain this? Because
What was
this
it
is
certified at?
On last July, not this July, the July before, because we
Yes.
don't have the certification for this year,
Okay.
as of July 1st. yet.
Right,
1.4,
I think.
Yeah, just
so that's
1.4.
E&D money that we know we have, and it might be more or less depending upon when it's certified for June 2019, is that correct?
Yes.
So we don't know that. It could be more, it could be less. What's your best guess on what it is?
I would guess that it's probably going to be about the same.
Okay, nope, fine. Okay, so now, what have you used from this to
But see, that's where
take the
it
sting
gets
out of this
confusing,
budget?
and that's why, and that's what's really hard about this, because you can't take that number and just say that that's what it is. Because we've got this revolving number that sits in our budget. Last year it was, what, 800,000, right?
Right.
And remember that we're putting that money back in because we needed to borrow it. But what I'm actually utilizing of that money right now, as it sits tonight, is 1 million. And that's the highest we've ever put in my time here.
So would that leave us with $400,000?
No, it really doesn't.
No.
Because it's kind of set aside because it's money that's revolving inside of our
Because
budget.
I've accounted for that, going back in what we would need in the following year. Like for this year, we needed 800,000, so I've accounted for that.
That money is already accounted for, so basically we would be pulling
only
out.
have 6.
Well,
600?
No, that's why I say it's really
okay,
complicated
so,
to
all right,
explain.
here, let me just cut to the
Because
chase
it's
if I
back in
might.
July, and it's actually 19.
Yes, I know that.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, so here's my thinking, and I'm sorry to be hogging the floor, but hopefully this will help. We have a clear message from Bolton and Lancaster that it's gotta be 3%. We need 2 out of the 3 towns to pass this budget. One of the things I was gonna share with folks tonight is what happens when the budget doesn't pass. I'll spare you that until next week, but if we have a clear message, then we better get there, or this budget's not gonna pass. So, the scenario you present, if Bolton, can you go back a slide to the okay. So, in this scenario, Bolton, see, I mean, then,
That's what the 844,000.
yes, I understand that. So, and I know it's to the bone, but I don't know if we have a clear message from 2 of the towns that it's gonna be 3%, and we come in and it's not 3%, we run the risk of not being able to pass a budget, and then we're off to the races, and it's, so, that's my thought.
I understand that.
Yep, so, I'm sorry, so now I'll shut up and I will let other people talk. If anybody wants to.
I think the bottom line for us now is to try to go back and figure out that last 844,000, but I'm just letting you know that we have cut dramatically.
No, I got it.
Just putting it out there.
But I'm also saying if there is any way to utilize
more
E&D to take the sting out, then maybe we need to look at that. And I know it's a crapshoot, and I don't, in the time that I've been on the school committee, it's just that revolving amount that we put in to ease the town assessments, and then it goes back in, and blah, blah, blah.
Our concern is that we're not gonna have the money to put back in. That is one of our
Well,
biggest
then
concerns
if we
right
don't
now.
have the money to put back in, then the next year, they're gonna feel it in their assessments.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, it's a logical consequence, Mike?
Perhaps to provide some context, we are also asking our towns potentially for another $2 million. So that's just another layer of burden that we're gonna be asking of our towns.
Joe?
Quick question.
Yeah.
So, and maybe it might be more for Pat.
Probably.
So if there's gonna be utilization of an extensive amount of E&D, that will invariably decrease our bond rating, would it not?
Absolutely, we're gonna pay higher interest rates.
Yeah, and then,
That doesn't seem fair, because then we don't have, no, I'm kidding, but you know what I'm saying? But go ahead, yeah,
so I guess the point being is if we're gonna be dipping into E&D,
right.
simultaneously asking for, $2 million to do a.
Right. But we're talking about
feasibility study.
teachers, we're talking about programs, and we don't tell Brooke what to reduce or to cut. That's a whole team effort with all the principals and everything, but that's a significant amount of money. And I understand, but I'm also trying to be practical in terms of the getting these budgets passed. Leah?
The 30% increase on out-of-district placement is, have you already calculated what is going to be coming back to us from the state to help ease that?
Yeah, that's already in there
That's built
because,
in.
that's built in because that's immediately put in for the next year.
Does this assume negotiation increases?
Yes.
And you don't want to talk about that?
Kevin Keevaney's back there. Kevin, you're
He's asleep.
What?
He's asleep instead of
I'm sorry, what are you guys talking about?
Well, I think that it begs my next question, which is, have you considered, sorry, Kevin, reducing your assumption?
That's just gonna put us,
I'm not prepared to have that discussion around this table at all, no.
We shouldn't.
Oh, Steve, sorry.
then, okay, then if this is where we are, and this is what the situation is, then we have to stop looking at staff cuts. And I'm
We
not
don't.
saying, I'm not
Yes.
saying that you, but this is where we have to go beyond the muscle and down into the bone.
This is not paper clips.
No, I understand,
This
it's
is
not
bu-
paper
no, I
clips, and
know.
it's
I
not
know you do.
computers, and it's
I
not
know.
books. And it's not pieces of paper or photocopies, okay?
Right.
It is personnel.
Yeah.
Sure. And that's going to impact programming and all sorts of
Oh, yes.
But anyway, yes, Mary?
So when does this come to us? When you've done as much as you can? When my practice is not that administration does everything, then it comes to school committee. Budget is one of our,
Yes.
it's one of the three buckets that we have. And so when does it come to us?
So you'd be getting your next, like our goal was to have it wrapped up for that last meeting in February.
Okay.
Now, if you guys, as a committee, decide to throw caution to the wind and go with something between the first slide we saw with the 4% and this, that's the decision that we make. That's, people will have an opportunity to look at the budget, they'll come to the budget forum in 2 weeks, and then, I want to know, I don't want to take a vote on the budget unless I know we're going to pass it. I was on this committee a few years ago, and we didn't pass it, and it was freaky. And then the next week, there's some adjustments were made, and it passed. But it's a tough situation, and
it is very
yes, Elaine.
I mean, it is a tough situation, but if we're at the point where we're saying, in order to get the budget passed, we're gonna have to do layoffs, then for me, I think I would want that decision made on the town meeting floor. That seems like a thing that you should say, okay, towns, here's the deal. And they can choose to vote that budget up or down.
Yes, except in Lancaster, where the school budget is in, they bake it into the whole thing. It's one vote on the whole town warrant. There's no discussion about the budget, there's just a tax about how we spend money. Yeah.
Usually by town meeting, on the town floor, there is one budget. And it's, the school committee has voted on it. That's not been the experience here. The school committee has voted on it and then defends that budget. And we have heard loud and clear from the towns. And so, I would much prefer that administration do the hard work and looking to see if there's attrition. I know you've already done a lot of this.
We're right now, we're at school our class sizes right now is where we're at.
Okay. And as much as, I just want to say, class size, there's a lot of, on both sides of that, so that would need to be.
But the other thing that's difficult, and I've seen this play out in other towns, that the town gives a number, gives a percentage, and then the school committee comes out with a different scenario, and then, the fights begin. Calling, it becomes so political, get parents out there, demand this, demand that. I don't know. There are things happening in 2 of the towns that are gut punches that they didn't anticipate in terms of anticipated revenues and then not having them be there. So, and I get it, and I hate this part of it, because I think what Brooke showed us a slide ago, in my mind, is very reasonable. But I do know that Lancaster has had to go into free cash the last couple of years to balance their budget. Yeah. And that's what the free cash is for, but they like to be at a certain level. It's tough, and we want to be at a certain level. But the irony here is these communities expect a certain level of education and programming, and this is where we're at. Leah?
Are the town administrators aware at this point that in order to get to their desired percentage, it will lead to larger classroom sizes?
I think that and I think, I don't know that I would go down the road about leading to larger classroom sizes. That's not how we're looking at it. For example, like we've pulled in a report on the high school, and every class that's 15 or under, we're taking a look at. We're seeing if there are trends there that we can take a look at. I don't think it's that we're looking, because that would be the last message that we would want to send out there, is that we're trying to look at larger classes. We're looking at class sizes right now to see if there's some trends there that we can, for example too, we've got one class moving through the district right now that's particularly small, and yet we've got all the same bodies working with it as the class before and after. Well, maybe we can back off. We've done in some places we've said, well, rather than a 0.4 position, that maybe we could move to be a 0.3. Might be $10,000, but it's $10,000 for us. Do you know what I mean? So we're looking at all kinds, everything is on the table right now with the administrative team. We've looked at programs. Do we look at one program across the district and say, okay, if we take away this, we take away 3 bodies. We're looking at absolutely everything right now. I don't know where this is going to land. Like I say, we still got 1 or 2 numbers still coming in for revenue, and that could still positively impact us. But I think I'm pretty clear. We even at the last meeting we said here's kind of where we're sitting at. So we let you know every single meeting where we're at, and I think the other part of it is this is just part of our process. Every year we go through this. It's just that this year we're probably taking way more out of E&D than we'd ever wanted to, and we're looking and saying we're probably going to have to make some staff reductions here. Would we like through natural attrition first? Always. That's always the first place we look. And then last year we also left some room there that we just termed it as unidentified reductions. Unspecified. Thank you. And that worked out okay for us in the long run, because it didn't end up hurting us. We were okay to do that. So I can see us still maybe doing something like that as we get close to the end here. Maybe that last 100,000 or something like that, saying just leave it as, because we still don't know. We still may lose staff between now and July 1st that we don't see coming right now. That generally, that happens. Not a lot, but one or two. And then very often you're in a position to be able to do some reshuffling and redeploying. We've done quite a lot of that as well in the last couple of weeks. So I mean, I don't see us in this like, oh my gosh moment. I'm not there. I'm just not comfortable that we're using the amount of E&D. I'm not comfortable with the fact that we're looking at the potential for something beyond natural attrition. But that's our job. You would want us to go back and look after every single thing, and that's what we're doing. In all fairness to the communities, to our town administrators, that's their biggest concern. Right there, those bottom three numbers.
Yeah.
That's where they're looking. You know, so it's our job now to sit back down and say, okay, where do we go next? But that's where we're sitting tonight. Now, again, I put out there, if you would like another meeting, we're happy to do that. If you just want to leave it in our ballpark, we're happy to do that too, and come back at the next meeting and say, here's where we're at, because we should be pretty close to the end by that point in time.
So what purpose would an additional meeting serve if the handwriting's on the wall, so to speak?
Honestly, I don't think it would. I'm just offering it up and saying if you would like to.
This meeting kind of counts as two meetings too.
Maybe three.
Do we ever get another fancy binder that gives us the breakdown, or is?
Do you want another fancy binder?
That's on the budget, Leah.
But that's the point. That is my point exactly. If you want to go to it, that would be another meeting. And the truth is, what we've done in the past, and I think it's worked well, is we haven't gone to that. We've done that after you've gone to the bottom line. And exactly as Kathy is saying, and we never want to take a budget out there that's going to be rejected by 2 of the 3 towns. Makes no sense, because we're just going to be back here again.
We do eventually get the final budget in that specificity?
You do, well, there's one that's for the whole town, like we make enough to, we leave some in all the town offices and the libraries, and it's online, it's everywhere.
The actual budget.
But that's once you come with that bottom, there's a lot of detail in it. But that's once you come to the bottom line, but you already know what the bottom line is. You know, and really my job now with Pat is to say, how are we gonna get there? And we're just telling you tonight, we still have another 844 that we're trying to find.
Where's that anonymous donor that has money for it?
I was gonna say that too, so rather
Is Mary raising her hand?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, rather than another meeting, I'd rather that you spend the time, administration, Pat, in looking and rather than us, our looking at things. Possessive case before the gerund, it just has dropped off, English language. But our looking at it, when we don't have the expertise, and many school committees do that. I'm always going to do that.
And I think that's what.
Yeah, I'd rather that it's that time be spent by you, and then you bring it to us, because it's not ours at this point, but it will be eventually. And to defend, and so we'll need to know.
Any other questions for Brooke or Pat about? Yes, go ahead,
So I'm
Joseph.
a little bit, sort of following up on your question, and I know it's late, I don't want to belabor it, it's more of a procedural one. I didn't understand the need for another meeting on the budget.
No, if you wanted to, like really intimate detail, which I don't think you really need, and I don't think that you really even necessarily want, as we go through this, because at the end of the day, really what matters is those bottom 3 numbers to you.
I just wanted to make one comment, though, to the chair, that, and maybe you know this, so if I'm saying something I apologize, but, so the public hearing is going to be at our next school committee meeting? Okay. You do realize that we are not compelled to make a decision at that public hearing?
Oh, no,
Right.
no, we're just hearing from the public.
Right.
Yeah.
There'll still be a budget presentation from Brooke, and then I'll do a presentation on the budget process, acceptance.
And then we'll do
process.
another one again in March, but by then, like that's your final one.
March
That's
11th is when we have to vote on the budget. Okay? Leah, anything? Steve? Mike? Frank? Mary? Elaine? Okay. So we are not, Mike Horesh has said we can wait to find out what's happening in personnel.
You know what, maybe I'll just...
What are you doing?
Oh, come on, Mike, I know
What are you doing?
Just do it.
Okay. It's nice that we're still laughing at whatever it is.
Asking for a friend.
Okay, so the consent agenda, can we have a motion?
Oh, I lost my motion.
I move that we approve the minutes from the budget workshop and the last school committee meeting.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and what about the warrants? Can I have a motion to accept the warrants? Okay. All right, so Leah and Steve. All right, now items to be considered for next, let's stick with the next agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Okay. Next agenda, please add a subcommittee update on goals and the, move the budget process by the chair, the DESE Regional School District Budget Process. I'll do that then. And then we have the public hearing, business manager report, and a center school presentation.
Yep.
Okay.
What
Yes.
about the an update from the
Ad hoc committee.
ad hoc committee?
And an update from the ad hoc committee. Who's taking the point on that? Is it Todd? Todd?
No, we just put that off till next meeting, yeah.
Put what off?
One of the agenda items, we already moved it.
Okay, okay.
So that was, that was one of Todd's, that was the
Oh, yes,
grant.
the grant.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Not good, but you know what I'm saying.
I'll be quick.
So, yeah, well, you want to do that now?
I mean, I'll be quick at the next
Tell
meeting.
Scott, I'm gonna highlight this, I'm gonna use Scott a lot. Oh my God. All right, so,
I think you,
I think you're
We're
okay.
going
Oh, no, clarification about the ad hoc committee. Who's the point person for organizing the meetings and then
right now,
setting the charge?
let us be.
Okay, I'm happy to do that.
Great, thank you.
All right, so if there is nothing else without objection, I will ask for a motion to
So
adjourn.
moved.
Second. Okay, so Mary and Elaine
Fourth.
and Steve is, in his multiple personalities. All in favor? Opposed? Thank you so much, and I know it's like, you guys did an awesome job. Thank you so much.
Under the wire.